Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. How's everyone doing today? Sorry I'm a little late. I had a few extra things to do this morning. So, yeah. First of all, thanks, Greg, for becoming a member. And hi, Lars and Steven and Black, Mafo, and hey, it's Tor and Steve and DJ. How's everyone doing? Hey, PF Dennis, hey, Jose. Hey, Polar Ted. Hey, Andrew. Who else do we have? Make RS and Patrick, Delmar, Derek, James, Christopher, Squirrel Brain. How's everyone doing? Let's see. Let me get caught up. John, thanks for being a member. Hey, TCS and Martin the Engineer and Jeff. PF Dennis, Maker Viking, Mr. Patron, Jaeger, Jokernut. Everyone's here. I'm trying to catch up. Charlie is eating. He's around though. Hey, B McNichol and Mega T Blaster and Panzerkaden and Nathan, Mr. V8 Rick and Adrian. How's everyone doing? Jay, thanks for the gifted memberships. Whew. Everything's okay with Charlie. I mean, he's eating. He just ate. I mean, I mentioned yesterday in our Charlie's Angels stream, Charlie is slowing down, but he's still eating, and that's a good sign. So, hey, Martin from Germany. Well, Stefan. Bunch of new members. Welcome. Zap Floyd and Adam. Okay, we'll bring Charlie up here now that he's had a bite to eat. Okay, we are continuing the V0.0 to V0.2 R1 build with a few changes. So that's what makes this stream a little different, or at least this build series. It's not just a normal V0 build. I'll be building it with a Duet controller and Reprap Firmware and a Bowden setup. So I have, this is my first V0, but it is number 4. There are 4 of them in my collection. So make one of them a little different at least. Hey, Gary. Who else do we have? Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Just a reminder regarding PM. Thank you, are you kidding? I did actually, I didn't forget that, but it's all set up. Let me grab the link here real quick. Thank you. Let me wake up my keyboard and redirect Charlie over here. Did you ever consider doing a photogrammetry model of Charlie while he's asleep and not moving? I have not. That would actually be an interesting idea. I might really want to try that. That's a good idea. Let me open up the Polymaker filament giveaway. And that is it. Let me pin that in a minute. Actually, let me redo that. Oh, I can't keep up. That's amazing. I'm all for Voron team members to give Reprap Firmware a try, especially what happened. Yes, we are going to embrace Reprap Firmware with this build. There is nothing wrong with that. Hey, Arthur. Let me redo that. There we go. Now I'll pin this one. Pin the message and let me edit the description real quick. So like I said, I had a few extra things to do this morning. So the, oh shoot, this has the old, there we go. The link in the description has been updated, so you may have to refresh your page to get the new one. The old one is last week's. Okay. Why Reprap? Because I want to set up a configuration for this, give it a try. It's different. I mean, really, it's not only to make it different, to expand my experiences, to expand my, yeah, and just to show that how it's different and what to do. Otis, what's different with 0.2 R1? I don't have a comprehensive list of changes, but things like the skirts are a little taller to allow for taller Z stepper motors, and there's some tweaks that won't apply to this build, but there's some tweaks in stealth burner cooling, stuff like that. There's a little filament runout sensor built in. I like that idea, DJ. I'll try that. I'll see about it. Yes, and Reprap Firmware has input shaping. Yep. I try to expand my experiences. My wife gets angry. Only working on the 250 Trident, a few years of procrastination. Awesome. Happy MFG, thank you for being a member for a whole year now. Awesome. Whew. I'll take some answers, Steve. Thanks for answering. Awesome. Let's see. Hi, Colin. Charlie and all the plastic people are going to be trying to crimp wires for the SB2240 while watching. Have fun with that. Takes a bit to get used to. Yeah, there are some core differences between Reprap Firmware and Clipper. They both use configuration files, which makes it easy to make changes on the fly. But Reprap Firmware, to my understanding, is more about you have a configuration for core setup of the device, and then you do everything else in macros. So where a lot of stuff is kind of baked into Clipper, things as simple as your quad gantry level on a V2. On Clipper, you set up your QGL parameters and you tell it to what tolerance to run that until it hits that tolerance or fails after too many retries. Where in Reprap Firmware, you give it all the information about how QGL works, what steppers, where the points are located, but in order to actually go beyond that first run, you have to run a macro. So due to a tolerance is within a macro. Does Charlie like delectable treats? I don't know. I have sensations. I'm not going to touch that bag because he'll go crazy. But what I like on Reprap Firmware is that you change your config.g, run it again as macro, and you have reconfigured the computer or the printer. Interesting. I didn't know that. My experience with the filament runout sensor is not that good. It started to become unreliable after some hours. I have an idea why, Alex. I was looking at the design for the first time, prepping for this build, and I've got some feedback on it. The problem is there is a friction surface there. That might be a little more extreme than like a ball bearing or some other solution. Polar's Head, thanks for being a member for 13 months. And are you kidding for 11 months? Thank you. Installing Clicky for the first time. It's not too bad. Just take your time. Building my V0.2 R1 as we speak. Awesome, BBs. Hey, Queasy Diver. Let's see. And Daniel watching from Sweden. Awesome. PC Van Leet. Charlie he's stable with a slight downward slope. That's the reality is we notice he's slowing down. There's a few things that he does a little more lately, but he's still eating, which means he's comfortable, which means he will continue to get treats. Hey, Poity. I'm going to miss most of the stream because I'm going to fly drones with my son. Have fun, Dr. Dave. And hi. I've been rebuilding my 302.4, replacing internal printer parts, upgrading to BTT Manta, CAN bus. Awesome. Let's see. Eating is good, yes. I'm sitting adding Boop, a V02 R1 Mini Stealth Sherpa cow designed by Kailisa. Awesome. Charlie seems to be losing some weight. Yeah, we haven't weighed him. At this point, it doesn't really matter. We're putting food in front of his face constantly and cleaning after him because he is continuing to pee outside the litter box, which won't stop. I mean, that's just the way it is. What's the problem when I have a weavy infill layer? Too much speed or something with Z? I'm not sure what you mean by weavy. Can we just have a pet Charlie and chill stream? We could. What do we have here? Did I miss someone? Oh, awesome. Welcome, Rock. That's all I can do. Yep. Okay. I think I got through and caught up on that. So, real quick, Polymaker filament giveaway as we do every stream. Just real quick, we do it at the 3-hour mark. You must be here to win. The link is in the pin post in the description. It depends on what region you're in, exactly how the winner gets that, but if you've been around, then you understand. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Yeah, he'll give us signs. Yep. I love that you're sharing Charlie with us for as long as you can. Yeah, and that is something. There's definitely two sides to that I have been able to share. One of the best cats I've ever had or I've ever known. So being able to share him, yeah, that's been definitely a plus. Let me get this out of the way and get my coffee. And as someone who's also had a kitty and declined it so hard, it is. It is. So, and I appreciate everybody that understands and has been here with us. Okay, when we left last week, we had gotten to this point in the build. Now, we spent a lot of time on the Kirigami bed setup. And immediately after stream last week, I figured out why it still wasn't quite right. But check it out now. It is, for a high preload rails, that's pretty darn good. So now I figured out why it wasn't quite right, and it was all my fault and something I didn't notice during stream. But look at that. It's you can't ask for better than that with high preload rails. So what had happened is on this, and we can probably get a little closer view here. Oh, that's focused now for some reason. I must have hit a button. That should be, oh boy, that's gonna be a problem. I don't know what button I hit. I meant Z. Yeah, did I say Y? I meant Z. Remember I talked about these square nuts that I had drilled out, and I use them as washers to for assembling the frame. Well, the square nut on this joint right here had actually gotten between the two extrusions and was lifting this extrusion, twisting it to the other one. So we got it pretty close last stream with that there. As soon as I fixed that, it dropped on its own. A little out of focus. Darn it, what did I do? What did I hit? I don't know how to fix that. I don't know my camera. We're gonna use that camera as little as possible. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know, I couldn't have hit is there an autofocus button here? Where is, there's no button I would have hit over there that was autofocus. Does this do? Spot focus. Where's the focus? Here, let's go. I don't know. I don't know what I hit. I'm not gonna spend a ton of time trying to figure it out. It's not a touch screen. It's, oh shit, it is. No, that's trying to focus. It is a touch screen? What in the world? Shoot, that's what I did. I don't know how to fix it. Here, yeah, let's turn it off and turn it back on. This isn't a ZV-1, that's the 6400. That's the A6400. Let's just reboot it. Let's see if that fixed it. Oh, it did. Awesome. I need to spend some time on my camera setup because right now I don't feel like the ISO settings and stuff are correct. Okay. So now we're at this point. What besides time, we were at a good point to stop. The other thing is I needed to cut new panels. Needed to cut new panels because we need to put in the deck panel next. So I did that on the Ortor Laser Master. I just did the exact DXFs from the V0.2R1 repository. And it turned out pretty well. I had to spend quite a bit of time getting my settings right for this 3mm ABS. That's my wife for cam tech support. she would be the one. She used to do photography. But now the problem I did run into is the mid panel here has all the mounting points, but also the mounting points for the bowden extruder. The DXFs actually put the holes on the wrong side. It put them here, and they need to be over here. So I fixed this back up in there and was able to locate it to cut. I just cut it on both sides. Reboot almost always works. Yes. My Prusa XL is scheduled to be delivered tomorrow. Awesome, Jay. How many tool heads did you buy? Going through the settings for cutting this ABS, what I realized is I really need a CO2 laser. At some point, I'm gonna have a CO2 laser in the shop, but this worked out well enough. Did you show a good way to square the wire rail extrusion since the carriages hit the ground? I don't know. I kind of did it. Ballistic Tech. I bolted this rear extrusion first, which should square these extrusions to it, and then it's just a matter of making sure this is squared or flush with the top extrusion, and then measured correctly from the back. Hey, Jack Black. I did a lot of, like, I bolted the rear extrusion to here, tightened those up, or here, but on the ground, and then I think I set it up here, and then used my calipers to take this measurement, and then I just made sure this was flush here. I didn't actually set it down and flush it against something. I can just feel it. And right now, it's solid on the floor. I mean, on the table. It's solid on my surface too. Okay, is everything background music working? You can obviously hear me. Okay. I tried flipping it upside down. Yeah, the rails get in your way of really doing anything upside down. So for sure. Oh, these little clips that stop the rails can come off now. These can just go in there, and then we can start looking at the next steps in the instructions. So putting on that bottom panel looks like next. So let's see. We have the deck panel. I didn't do anything special with this, no engravings or anything. It's just, I did this last night because I kept putting it off doing other things. The Rook printer be Rook solid instead of rock solid? It would. That's absolutely true. That's the correct terminology, but only if you're building a Rook or... Okay, this slides in here. So the other thing I did off camera is, remember I said that this frame is one of the first 5 LDO V0 frames made. Therefore, the extrusions are actually a little different, and maybe I can get a even closer, closer view here. If you look at this extrusion, 3 of the slots have one shape, and the other one doesn't have the bottom cut out. So the side effect of that is my little washer and screw method doesn't fit in this other extrusion. So, and also the post-install LDO nuts wouldn't fit in that extrusion. So I've strategically placed that odd slot on the printer, so it's in areas where I don't expect to need to put a post-install square nut. It's not quite a maker beam slot. It still has an angle to it. It's just like their cutter didn't go all the way to the bottom. of the extrusion of the slot. There's a little lip here on either side. So, did you have a rookery sign in the door of the garage? The inside of the white rails with calipers, a jig for that would be useful. Here, I'll show you basically what I did. I basically held this, put this right here, and let's get the wire that's under there out of the way. So I basically held it like this. I took my calipers and set this to whatever it is, 30. Here, let's just, and then tightened up the lock on there. Now on these calipers, the distance from on this side of the caliper from this face here to here is the same as between the jaws. So basically I held this here with one hand, with one finger, pushing it to where it's square against this rear extrusion. And then I use my other finger here to push back that way. And then I tightened from the end and then just felt for this being flush. Does that make sense? Hey, Latian. Hey, Michael. Lint may interfere though, it's on the same circuit. What are we talking about? I was talking about the inductive charger. It doesn't use a connector, it just lays on the circular desk. Talking about other stuff, that's okay. Hi, Charlie. Do you want up here? Let me turn the heat on your bed. He gets a heated bed. Okay. Hey, Biney. Okay, so we put no problem. So it says here to put one end of the cable chain on there. We can probably do that. Let's check out this cable chain. So these are the ends, and this is a IGUS chain that I got from West 3D. I ordered it from West 3D along with the stepper motors. So I've got an IGUS chain here. Now the question is, if we put this together, so are either of these locked? I think so. I think this side is locked. So I think we can put this on here. There we go. And yeah, that's locked. So if that goes on the bottom and this goes to the top, that would be this way. And that will bend. Oops, a little too zoomed in now. That'll bend that way. So now this can go like, this is the extrusion side. That'll work. So now if we set this on here, just go here to here. Yeah. Oh, and that is terrible focus. Sorry about that. Okay, so that is the end that I want for the, I was just verifying which end I'm gonna put on the bottom here, and then I can clip the rest of the cable chain on later. So we are going to take a couple of M3x6s. And a couple of T-nuts. Hey, KR commit. Okay, there's one. I'm rapidly running out of M3x6s. Where's my screwdriver? X driver. Oh, there it is. Hey, Jason. Hey, little Brett. Okay, when I built my V0, I put the wrong end of the chain on the frame, so it's hard to remove after the bottom plate is in. Yeah. Fortunately, one of the nice things about the cable chain being reversed from earlier versions, going the other direction, is that you can get to all of the fasteners, even if it might be a little more difficult, you can get to them. So I can put this, I can move this all along here and still get to the fastener. So that's gonna go there. There, now that's not gonna go right there. I was just getting it started. Now I can move this down near the bottom. Get to one from there. And from there. So that's just down there inside the, there. Research turkey tail mushrooms for Charlie. If you want to send me that in the Discord as a reminder, that would be awesome. I don't know what turkey tail mushrooms, what are they? Okay, that's on. Deck panels in. And now we can preload a bunch of nuts. So we need to go 3 on the outside of the extrusion and 4 on the bottom. Okay. Hey, Orion. Oh, a cancer treatment? Okay. Oops, not there. Let's go here. So we are going to preload. Oops. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I dropped one. There it is. And tweezers. Okay. So 4 on the bottom. LDO is a special skirt STL file with a chainmail. Is that for legacy V0s? It is. It is. That's for the cable chain that goes the other direction, that exits right here on the side. So what they did is they basically moved that link down, so you screw it into the side of the skirt that would be here. It's not a bad idea, but it probably makes it a little more difficult to get the length correct, because everything's designed for it to be mounted to the extrusion. Because the length of where the cable chain sits is kind of important at min Z. Started building my 3rd V0 today. Amazing how much quicker it is once you've done 2 already. Oh yes. Reunion found me back later after being scorned, chastised, and criticized. See you later, Steven. Okay, so 4 on there, and then 3 are gonna go into the sides here. 1, 2, and 3. And then 3 into the other side. We'll do that, and there we go. Hi, Ivan. Analysis paralysis means I have 3 printer projects started and a V0.2.4 kit still sitting in the, yeah. I am very familiar with analysis paralysis. Analysis paralysis and I are best friends, or sworn enemies, however you want to look at it. Okay. Yeah. So that is all of them on the bottom extrusions. Now we're going to go to the top extrusions. Make sure I don't lose any of these. Preload 3 on that side and 3 on that side, and then I got the 3 on the bottom. Okay. So 1, 2, and a 3. 1, 2, and a 3. Now I am going to, part of this build, first V0 I've done it with, I'm gonna put some lights in here. So I ordered these, the rainbow on a stick. So this is Blam's design, but our own Mad Chammy's shop, XR Bunker, carries these, and I ordered them from him and got them in. So we are going to be mounting these, I think, to the underside of these Y rails. But I'm gonna use some post-install nuts to do that and figure out exactly how I want those to sit after the printer's more built. So, attention deficit is a bear sometimes, yes. Any tips for sound insulation? My enclosure resonates a lot on my V0.1. Do you know, it's the panels that are resonating? Oh, and Polar Ted, I'm planning on putting the little tiny pixels that you sent me in the tool head on this build. So that's the other lights that'll go on here. So we will have more RGB on this build than I normally put. Using rainbow and a stick, Maple Leaf Maker's mounts are pretty good. I'll have to look at that. Thanks. Brian, right? Thanks. Are those RGB or RGBW? That is a good question. I don't know. Okay, 3 of there. And then we have a front extrusion that's gonna go on. And that will be, have 4 of them in the bottom preloaded. My checkbook doesn't agree. I still get things done faster. RGBW have a yellow section of the RGB. These don't, so they're not RGBW. Thoughts on opinions. Lots of thoughts on opinions. Okay, okay, we need an extrusion. Hey, Brian. I should make more of those sequin LEDs, but I'm lazy. So we need an extrusion with no cross drilled holes. So we have a few of these, and I just want to kind of see if any of them are more suited for this. And where are we at? Oh, and this is the other one. Okay. So let's go ahead and put this one as the front bottom. I think. I don't think it really matters, but let's go right there, right like that. And then once again, paying attention to that oddball, you might get a little better view. This one here is the oddball slot. The RGB and color order is generally GRB from what I've seen. Thank you. Those are so tiny. I hope you're not manually doing surface mount. Oh yeah. So there are, for these front extrusions, what I'm doing is some planning for the front extrusions. The bottom of them are cross drilled on both sides. The top is on one side, and so now I have to figure out where the that odd slot goes. So on this one, it can just go back into the pointing backwards on the printer, and it'll be completely out of the way. I won't have to put anything in there. Now on this one, I know it was different because I didn't pay attention when they were building these. I need to put this, the easiest way is going to be to put this facing the inside because it won't be in the way that way, but that means I can't use a nut on the blind joint on this one. So we'll just put a screw on this side, and then we can put one of these on this side. I'm just finishing my V02 with triple belt Z. Awesome. You got an RGB sequence working with a V0 umbilical setup, not pico umbilical. Okay. And then 4 T-nuts on the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Yep, 4. And 4. So those will be on the bottom. This will go here. And then I need 2 on the top here, and this one can't be have the extra nut. Hey, Chris. And same thing. Oh, that's longer. Timo. Hey, Hobbyist Notes. I am doing well. Thank you. Printing hex tray now in preparation to start my V0.2 build later today. Also have to get a bag of Haribos. Awesome. I printed a hex tray for the blaster build yesterday that I'm really pleased with. What is going on? Hey, Webster. There we go. Here, check this out. Once again, using ballistic text changing filament idea. This is the one I used for the foam dart blaster build for the member stream yesterday. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Those are the colors that the blaster was in too. You probably said it already, but where did you get Kirigami? I've heard there's a lot of junk out there. This is an LDO kit. I don't remember where I bought it from. I did buy it. It may have been Fabrico. Probably Fabrico. But I've bought a few of them. I've bought them from West 3D. I've bought them from Fabrico and KB3D, I think. Yeah, I'm really pleased with how that turned out. Probably the prettiest one I've printed. Okay. Here, let's see if this is, this might be the better view. Now can I, yay, I can just zoom in now. You print like that. So that is in Prusa Slicer. All I did different is I set the top infill to concentric. And then the filament makes a big difference. So the sheen of the filament, this is Protopasta's tangerine gold glitter and their mermaid's tail teal. So, and it is PETG. I printed the blaster in PETG. This organizer, my printables link is in the description. That's where you can get that. Box for last, cannot get time to build it. Anything new with R1? The biggest change, I think, the main change for R1 is the taller skirts to allow for taller Z motor, and then some tweaks to stealth burner airflow and a filament runout sensor. The hard part is placing the right amount of solder paste so I don't get bridges. Yeah. Yes, the devil's plastic. And I don't like, I mean, I had to dry every roll before printing, and I'm not a big fan of printing with PETG. And that just kind of reinforced it. Yep, Chris Riley remixed it. There's been some really nice remixes out there. I really like, is it Squirrel Brain who did a stackable version? Blaster Tech, take a look at your controller schematic to make sure they don't add extra circuits to the IO pin or the end stop. Oh, okay. I'm going to do a blaster with my son for his birthday. He wants a pistol rather than the big Caliburn style monsters. Yeah, we'll have to see if anybody has any suggestions for you. I don't know. New shop. This is the other garage. This is the 2-car garage. I have a 1-car garage and a 2-car garage. And I set up for streaming in here when I was doing the Pooch Trident build. And I've stayed out here for now, but the eventual plan, and it's probably quite a few months in the future, I'll probably be here for a good while, but the eventual plan is to redo the other shop to be more stream friendly. Still thinking about getting rid of my Prusa Mini and get a V0 instead. You'll lose a little bit of print volume, but you'll gain some capabilities for sure. Okay, so that goes there, and then I have to put this one over here. And just get those kind of staged. The Nero set you off. Set me off on what? Which, by the way, Nero has a different print time or stream time today. He is going to be streaming sometime after I end, but he will be streaming today. So, the concentric is nice. Slope bottoms would be great as well. Oh, there are fillets on the bottoms of all these trays. Recently added a thinner base version of the stackable trays. Nice. For now, I'm keeping my Mini to go with my V0. There is a slight problem here. So when I cut the bottom panel, and I think it's because I used those odd extrusions as the slot pointing in. This panel is pushing the extrusions out. So I have a gap here that I didn't have when that panel wasn't in there. So I'm gonna pull the panel out and do some filing on it to try to loosen that up. Because right now it is a tight fit and I don't know that I can, if I push that in, there's still a gap. So I need to fix that before I continue putting the frame together. This printer has rails that face each other, yeah. The Y rails here. That's been a core part of the V0 design for, oops, are any of these gonna fall out? No, I think I'm okay. So let's pull this out, because I did notice that's a tight fit and is actually pushing these extrusions away from each other. So now I need to get in here and maybe I'm gonna try just scraping a chamfer on those edges. I thought that was a no-no. So I don't know if it's necessarily a no-no, but there is adjustability when the X rail goes in here to allow for variable width. So you can get it set up, and in practice it works okay. I don't have a hand, well, I have a hand planer somewhere, but what is gonna be the best? Let's just zoom out here. There we go. So I'm just gonna take the side of a blade here and just treat it like a scraper. Just scraping on the side of the blade. And just not a lot of pressure, because pressure will cause me to go off and potentially cut myself. So this is just creating some. I don't know if you can hear this. VZBot uses inner rails. I hate the XY joints, but it seems to work. Yeah. If anybody noticed, Daniel and I were doing stream testing yesterday. I think we have a pretty good setup. Hey, John. With your deburr tool. I don't think the deburr tool would work as well as this. I have more control with this. I'm just using the edge of the blade to just kind of, I mean, you see the shavings I'm generating, so. I'd have to do this a lot to take off too much, so I'm gonna do a pretty good amount of this. Hey, Mr. Jota D. Hey, Hacks Potato. Felt that the panels were just ever so slightly big on my build. And it might be that the DXFs need some tweaking. There are some, I suggested a tweak to the mid panel because there's a feature on there that's mirrored. It puts the Bowden extruder mount on the wrong side. And it only matters if you have panels that matter what side. These are textured on one side, so. Hey, don't knock it. It might be a little off size. I'll bring it up if other people are seeing that too. It's probably worth mentioning. So just, like I said, my finger's here on the edge of the blade. That's going to help me control. It's going to help make sure that I don't accidentally slice myself. Did I say, hey, don't knock it? I'll say it again. Hey, don't knock it. Now, if it's too wide, it's probably too deep as well. So let me do the front edge here, front and rear edges. Just to make sure I don't have to install this and redo it. Okay, let's give that a try. Two. Actually, let's do this. These back pieces just as a. Okay, now let's clean up the mess I made. All the shavings. And yeah, I just dumped all the pre-installed nuts there I put in. Okay, there's a nut. There's one, there's one. Not a whole lot of material, but a bit there. Kitty poop inbound, yes. Poor guy. At least he's using the litter box. And he is so desensitized to being interrupted, because often I'll find him and I'm thinking, you know, he's being a little suspicious. So I'll just pick him up and go set him in his litter box and he'll just squat and go. He doesn't have any pride on that anymore. He's like an old man. Okay, let's try this again. Let's see how this is going to fit in. Try to get all the stuff off of here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Even have a tiny bit of play, which you get. That made all the difference. Yeah, all making it to the litter box is a good thing. Not always getting there. Yeah. Okay. This extrusion, let's go here. So let's put these nuts back in. There we go. Oh, where's the funky extrusion there? I think it's this bottom one. And what will that be? The top one? That. Yeah, I think that's where it's going to need to go. Oops, shoot. Yeah, I think it'll be the top one, and that'll be fine. Actually, can I grab one of these and have it be better? What do we have here? Let's go that way. No, top one's best. Okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Can you tell me what happened to July? We're still in July. Remember, July has one less day this year, so that's probably where you've lost it. There, yeah. This now it can be pushed into place and have no gap. So that was important to do. Where it gets to be a real problem is when they pee on hardwood floors. Fortunately, we have vinyl planks for most of our floors, so it's not too bad to clean up. Can we hit 200 likes? Are we? Well, we're at 200 people. We're at 86 likes. That's a good reminder, though. Don't knock it. Let's still try to keep our new 300 like streak going. One day less than June with 31 days. Exactly. Mad Chemmy, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay, so this was going this way. So it's gonna go up here and then angle this over. See if I can get it. There we go. That one's on there. Bill Brothers, thanks for the gifted memberships. What are we gonna do for August? I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for August member stream yet. Oh, and I put that in wrong. Put that, this is the one that needs to go on the other side. This one goes, yeah, this one goes on this side. This one goes on this side. Yeah, I had them wrong. Sorry, I'm in the shop and lost track of time. How much progress did you make on the Doom? Make good progress? There we go. That goes in there. This can now bolt together with the extrusions lining up. That's pretty good right there. Hey Takuya, welcome. Some. You spend more time building or visiting? Let's move this over here. There we go. And then this side. Pretty good. And then this one. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We are good. So this one is going this way. Like that. And right like that. Hey R3D Lemmy. Guess I'll be firing up the reflow jig. Just rip a 5-volt pad off the RGB sequin, trying to pry the glued PCB out of the print head. That's one thing. Those are pretty fragile, huh? Press pulleys on the ender motors, put up a real fight. Oh yeah, we went through that with my first, oh shoot. I put it in the wrong way. The top, I put it upside down. I put the extrusion in upside down. Let's try that again. Like that. There we go. I bought, if you go back to my Ender 3, my first Ender Wire build series, I think I mentioned what particular pulley puller I ended up using. And I used that along with not a lot of heat, but some heat gun level heat. Not like torch heat, but I think I put my heat gun on it. I kept the press pulley motor from Ender 3 for my Tri-Zero. I picked up a small, yeah, it was for RC stuff. But the aluminum ones you can get really cheap on Amazon were not strong enough. It might have been strong enough with more heat, but the other one that I bought was much better. Okay, there is V0 frame. Let's see what's next. I was going to ask if you could torch a motor. I wouldn't torch it. Definitely wouldn't torch it, but I use my heat, just my heat gun. And you can get quite a bit of heat into it with the heat gun. Okay, last chance. The next few steps, we will install the front extrusions, and in doing so, we will be closing off the ends of the frame extrusions. So now we have, what is this? That's the bottom. I did not put these two in the back, the bottom back, because those are mostly for a buck converter, and I can do post installs if I want to mount anything along there. I don't want to buy a tool for that. I feel like I'll never use it again. And success on one with oscillating multi-tool. Friction heat success. Okay, awesome. You know, yeah, cut it off. Okay, so the 4, let's see. Oh, and I just smacked my camera. 4, 4, 4, yep. And then on the top, we have 2 here, 3 here, and 3 here. Okay. Oop. There we go. And then on the side, we have 3 and 3. Yep. And then on the back, this says 3 and 3 on the Z extrusions here, but on this side I have 5 because that'll be where the Bowden extruder mounts. So, and I have 3 there, I have 2 on the back and 1 on the top back. Yep, that is all correct. Hey, Giles, is that how you say that? There we go. And there we go. And then the front extrusions I just did. And there. A moment for mindfulness. By chance, do you know how many people have a serial for every Voron? If you, there are, I don't know if everybody can run it, but if you run /serials in, oh, the sun's going somewhere. If you run serials in the Discord, it'll give you a list. Hey, Polo. Yeah, let's find out. Give me half a moment. Let's do this. Right now, as of, well, let's do it again. What is it? What is the command? /serials. Oops. Hey, Samoa. We have 5,858 V2s, 2,917 V0s, 1,216 Tridents and V1s, 672 switch wires, 80 legacies, 19 Voron kits, and 1 V24. Now, yeah, many people don't bother to get it. So that's a total of 10,763. Many people don't serial all their Vorons. I don't serial all my Vorons. Less than half of mine are serialed. I think we worked out only a third of Trident owners who bought an LDO kit actually serialized. Oh yeah, we've heard numbers from some of the manufacturers, and it's in the many thousands of kits sold. Tens of thousands of kits sold, adding them all up. How many people have a serial for all 5 Voron types? I do, but I don't know how many people do. That's interesting. We could probably extract that. That would be interesting. To get the main 5. Voron kit and V24 is kind of cheating. I have 1 serial left, still making the vid. I think I was the first or second person to have all 5 serials. Pinochle in the crew may have had it before me. I'm guilty for not serializing my Trident 300. So many Vorons. So LDO is great and all, but they don't offer gummies. Maybe start including Jolly Ranchers or something. There we go. Can you do a personal tier list of the actual Vorons? What do you mean tier list? Hey, Lewis. Hey, Kyle. How many Tridex? I don't know. Tridex, when you serial it, it gets a Trident serial number. Same with Solid Fork. So Solid Fork gets a Trident serial number. Tridex gets a Trident serial number. Microns get a V2 serial number. A lot of the printers for ants get V0 serial numbers. All my Vorons hit serial. All 1 of them. 1,000 hours on my switch wires yet to put in for my serial. 1 day. That is a lot of Vorons. Sanity just says that it's a lot of Vorons. I don't know if she's in here. Okay, let's get back to this. Let me minimize that. I have V1, V2, switchwire, V0, and Micron. Nice. The serials I have multiple of are Trident, because my Solid Fork is serialed. I think I got serial number 9 from the Solid Fork series. And I wanted to do that to get a single digit on that. And then both of my switch wires are serialed. Do you think the Ender wire conversion is worth the price? If you already have an Ender 3, yeah, I think so. I like the 2 that I built. Must I film the printer from all sides or only from the front while printing? We need to get a good enough view of the wiring, Martin. So depending on what you include, you may be asked to include pictures of other angles or something. So behind it is generally not an issue unless all of your wiring is behind it. Okay, let's get back to this. There's now a sideboard kit for Ender to switch wire. It's quite cheap. I have no input on that. I don't know anything about it other than it's cool that they made it. And it seems to be based on the Dark Dog mod. And that's the one that I've built 2 of. Yeah, clean up the tool head wires the best you can. That's probably the most common thing to ask people to follow up on. Okay, we got a bunch of, let me start my heat set press going and start gathering so, a few of these that I've kind of test fit. I would need clear anodized and assuming extrusions. Okay, those 2, and let's see what else I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need the top pieces of those. That one, and where is this? That one, and Where else are we gonna be? That's good. Good enough for now. I'm just scrolling through the manual real quick. Did you use the multi-body STLs for the skirts? I made it a point to add those so people could do it easier. I did not use those. I did my own, and there's a couple of reasons. I like to do a one-piece skirt, Kyle. So I did a one-piece skirt, and then I modeled in screw head openings with some mesh still in that hex. So it still prints well, but I don't get the big gaps in those areas. So yeah, I like doing a one piece, and then I wanted the extra mesh. I ran out of black ABS again. And that's the worst part in the V0. Oh, and also, Kyle, a little feedback I gave to Greg is the slots here for the screw heads. So I'm just gonna grab a big. So the idea here is that these can slide past the head of the screw and then tighten into the extrusion. But the slots that are here, the counter bore part of it didn't extend all the way to this surface. So you would have to push the screw head up and over and then into the spot. Does that make sense? These, I have printed these, and on my Discord, I posted them in one of the channels, but these will go out on my GitHub. I just haven't put them out there yet, and they'll be step files, so you can use my the method that I taught in the Tridex stream to print them. Okay, we're gonna take these, and we're gonna take that, and I may have to do our first Dancing Max session. Nope, I got them over here. Heat sets. I need heat sets. Hey, Susan. It's a nicer solution than the multi-body models. Yeah, the step file thing is a game changer for Prusa Slicer. I just use that stream to refresh on how to do them. So far, they look amazing. Awesome. I'm glad that has been helpful. Let's go here probably, and maybe just a little down. Chris, thanks for gifting memberships. Okay, so this is hot, and we're going to start putting in heat sets. Now, if we look at the instructions, one of the important parts here, let me scroll back up here, is there are two heat sets here that go under flush. So they go under by about 1 millimeter or so. And that is so that the screws that come from the other side get enough purchase on them. Hey, Hobbit. Okay. So this is all done. Sure, I've got, I'm even going to, because there's a lip here that I'm fighting with. I'm gonna put this on a 1, 2, 3 block to. It goes under flush a bit. This middle one here is just for the little panel that goes between the steppers. So this one just goes to flush. Oh, and I gotta, whomever decided these tiny little JST connectors should be used on the SB2240 and crimped by us should be torn into little itsy bitsy pieces and buried alive. There is a revision. They did post they have one with pH connectors out there in the wild now. That doesn't help you, but it was heard and revised. Hey, Nils. Hey, Phil. Okay, so that's those two. And is that it that goes in this? Yeah, one there and one here. So there's a little indexing feature here that prevents me from easily just setting this on the table and making sure I get the insert in straight. So I'm just using a 1, 2, 3 block to set it on. Hey Jason, welcome. How are you? I'm gonna see you at Orange County Maker Faire, right? But I'll see you at ERF first. Talking about those. Mandic was just talking about those JST connectors today. Yeah. This cut is going to be $100 alone for me. Ouch. VLPM looks so good. Yeah, I like this. I honestly do. It does. I mean, even for low use, and just being able to, ooh, that was interesting. I say that, and then I put that one in crooked. I wasn't paying attention. But being able to put a heat set in, making sure that it's perpendicular to the part, and then just letting go is kind of nice. Those tiny connectors. Oops. ERF first and then Orange County. Yep. Problem is the new one uses a different driver. The fruit press, but that thing is legit. And just set up a meetup. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll be down there. On a side note, the updated SB2209 is SB2209 CAN RP2040 only. Yeah, I have one installed. I have one of the new ones with the JST-PH connectors. Okay. This is a panel insert. Just goes back there for connecting a panel. I think that's the only insert on here. And then one more. I did get a different iron for this. This is a like $12 Amazon iron. And honestly, I think the minimum temperature that it goes to is a little too hot. I have this set, the little dial on here set to the minimum, and I think it's a little too hot. So I bought the same one that Adam's using in his new version that I'm gonna swap out at some point. It was a $20 iron, but he seems to like it, so that's what I bought. Hey, the Portboard channel. The new Big Tree Tech CAN board uses JST-PH. The old one uses the extra small 1 or 1.5 millimeter pitch ones. Oh, here comes Mr. Inspector General. So you're gonna go bowden on the rebuild any PCBs, or you're just gonna kick it old school? I have one of Hartk's bowden PCBs that I'm going to use. Thanks, Mad Chemmy. Say hi for me. That's awesome. This thing about building the heatsink tool. Yeah, so there's not a lot of parts here. Definitely, I would suggest if you can, buy the STLs from Adam, Vector 3D. You can self-source much of it. It is a nice little press, nice little tool. Oh, I guess Charlie's gonna chill. Hey, Steve. Let's see. What, he made some finally? Does it use the NanoFit connectors I showed him? No, I don't think so. Charlie is skinny, yep. I'm supposed to buy bulk heat set inserts. I'm not sure anymore. A lot of the vendors carry them. Charlie, checking out your work. He concurs. Hey, zombie. And let's see. Okay, those are done. So this is off and off to the side. I have the 240 volt Amazon special, and it came to the same conclusion about being too hot. Yeah, so let me grab this other one. The other one that Adam Vector 3D is using now is this one. It's got a cool little protective cover on the front, but it's digital. I haven't even plugged this in to test it. It'll need a new mount there, but this one was $20 on Amazon. And if you search for hand skit iron, you'd probably find it. But I have no recommendation on this thing yet. I bought it, I haven't tried it. I only bought it because Adam, this is the same one he's using. So I figured I'm probably pretty safe, and it's probably worth the $20 to try. So. Something that Charlie really likes lately is just kind of the rub of his abdomen here, because he's got a pretty uncomfortable growth in there. Yeah. One of these days I'll have to build a V0. Yes, you do. Okay. I can answer that, Timo. There is a kit. LDO does sell. This is what it is. A Kirigami bed mount kit, and you can find this at any of the LDO distributors. Yeah. Okay. So then that part goes in, and then we're going to grab something I need to find. Here we are. I have bits and pieces of the old when I took it apart, and I left like these assemblies together. So I need to salvage the bearings and fasteners from those. So we'll grab these out of here so we can grab the bearings and fasteners. Tried to rubber cat like that, I would need first aid. What filament did I use? This is Polymaker Galaxy Dark Gray ABS and Light Blue ABS. I'm liking the V3D VLMP way better than my old Adafruit design one. Nice. I saw one had a fan that goes under the Kirigami to heat chamber better. Thoughts? The bed fans are supposed to help if you have room for it. The 100-watt LDO beds are quite nice. I like when the heater comes attached. Yes, those are nice. I'm using an AC bed that I had on this build though. It's a Mandela Roseworks bed with a 100-watt AC heater on it. Hey, Philip. A close-up of what? Pandora's box when? Whew, I've got a long list of projects. That's the mastermind build, right? That would be up there. I also still want to build a Tic Tac from Squirrel Brain here, but I just don't know when. Streaming one day a week makes it tough. It's printed parts with the Polymaker Galaxy. Oh. Is that what you're looking for? Little view of the glitter? Yeah. Put in a 1,000-watt Fabrico bed on Merc 1.1 Mic 6. That's a lot of watts. Sounds like you might need to stream multiple days a week. No, I've got too many projects. Maybe if I can ever get to a stable, get kind of sorted. Okay, I'm having a hard time not petting Charlie here. See, he loves that. But he's got like a golf ball size growth in his abdomen. So I'm sure he's, for some reason, this probably is good, like he likes it. Do you think the Polymaker Galaxy is more glittery than KVP? It is. It is, it's a little more spread out. The KVP stuff is a little denser and maybe smaller particles. How's the shed coming along? It's been hot, so it's coming along very slowly. Ginger is too big for my desk. I have, this thing's 5.5 feet by 4 feet is my work surface here. Okay, he is probably okay. Let's pull some of these fasteners out. And we won't need many of them because one of the differences for V0.2 was removing 2 of these fasteners that were just kind of extra and not needed. So they're not here anymore. This is all original V0.0 stuff. See you, zombie. Spent 30 minutes looking for metric measure. Okay, so that has those. Let's pull this and then this and these. I am not doing MGN9C. I have some rails that I bought from KB3D that are higher preload that I think are going to be just fine. Okay, so now I'm going to turn this over and try to keep those bearing stacks in place. And then no bearings, no washers here, so all of this can go somewhere else. What's that? Bill, in quilting community, stable is stashed beyond life expectancy. Cloth per projects. I have all the stable right now. Then, if that's the definition, I have stable everywhere. Okay, so need a bunch of these little spacers. Well, I need a bunch, as in 2 of them right now. And let me just do a little visual inspection of the bearings, and there is no gunk built up in most of these, but there is some in this end one. So, that washer there, just kind of scrape. There's a little plastic buildup in the groove of the, and I just want to clean that out. Start fresh on these. Make sure they roll smooth. I just found the handset iron alley as well. How much is it on alley, Philip? Okay, so this is the one I'm doing now. I'm just gonna take this off and put it right back on the same way. That one has no buildup in it. So there we go. There we go. This one goes here with a spacer, and a washer, and then, oops, and then a bearing, and then the other side, and then a washer. There we go. Belt gunk is like the main reason I want to get an ultrasonic in my house. Yeah. It's not too bad to just kind of, I just kind of take a screwdriver. I have my blade here. Let's do that. And just kind of working it out of, there's a little groove right by the flange on these bearings that tends to collect crud. And just getting that out of there. Spacers, yes. And it's not, I mean, I just want to start. They're good, they're still good bearings. There's nothing, they roll smooth. I just put a screwdriver in here and turn it to the side, and you can feel if there's any roughness, and there's none. If you were doing a new Trident 2.4 build, would you go tap or clicky? Tap, 100%. I'm a big tap fan. I am a big tap fan. Which length are these? So now this one goes in here. And then we've got a, hey, I found the washer I lost. Oops. Shifted stuff around, so let's put that back together. This goes here with a washer. Bearing. That's, oops, 2 washers. Let's clear this out. It's only challenging because it takes a lot of planning. Missing a preloaded nut can throw a wrench into a build. Manual does a good job though, yeah. And I don't know if anybody else has copied the post-install nuts, but those from LDO are really, really nice. Really nice for these builds. So there, and then 2 washers. And let's pull the next 2 bearings. And a washer. Washer on the wrong side. What are we talking about? Okay. Yeah, you got a washer, 2 bearings, 2 washers, a bearing. On the standoff, there's a washer. Well, let's look at the instructions. Make sure something hasn't changed, because I'm just copying from the V0 setup as it was. So that should be our setup. Let's go over to the instructions. So yeah, here we have the printed spacer, a washer, 2 bearings, and then a washer. And same here is a washer, 2 bearings, 2 washers, 2 bearings, and a washer. Now, all of this goes on to, I don't know which ones these are, but there's a B, this is B. This goes on here, and we can just kind of get that started. Here. Here. Oh, something I didn't do that I want to do. These are printed parts, and none of my prints are perfect, so I always take I mean, these are mating parts, so I always take a file and just get the little bits of plastic that push up, and it doesn't take much filing, just a tiny bit of filing to make sure that everything fits together well. Getting any print time on the Micron? No, I keep messing with it and wanting to do new versions of Boop and stuff. So I want to do the same thing here. So I just have this flat file and just a quick wipe. And this is all it's taking. You can feel it with your finger before and after. It's that ABS sounds very stiff when filing it. Yeah. It's actually coming through, huh? Remember, the sound modification is probably impacting what you're hearing quite a bit. Do you plan on doing the night watch extruder, or are you going to use the older pocket watch? I have a night watch. It's a little I haven't used a heat gun on this to get rid of the white residue, but the stress marks. Yep, night watch. And then the bowden tool head that Heart K made. Now, how much printer Steve currently has? Somewhere over 20. Can't get the Micron to QGL correctly, hoping Klee's new idlers help. Oh. Something to note there. As the Micron Salad Fork, all of the Voron design stuff, if you can't get something to work in a spec build, those are tested designs. I would not immediately go to a mod. Now, our mod community is awesome and they come up with some great ideas and great things. But if you're having trouble getting something to work in the spec configuration, don't expect a mod to immediately fix it. So if it's not working there's probably something else in the setup, in the individual parts, print quality, assembly care. All of those things go into having a successful build at the end. All of these, anybody who's put some effort, I mean, all of the Voron designs, many or most of the Printers for Ants designs are all very well thought out and will result in a working printer if they're assembled correctly with good quality parts. Nightwatch is a small Bowden CW2. Yeah. So. I don't want to poo-poo on anybody doing mods or whatever, because like I said, we have an awesome mod community and they come up with some great stuff. But if you're having a problem, don't expect, if you're having a core problem like that where your printer's not working, don't expect a mod to fix it. Now, it may fix, doing that mod may fix it because you've reassembled it, you've gone through and something has changed that fixes it, but I would spend time, if you've already got it set up in the spec configuration, spend some time on it. I think I'm tuning my belts wrong, and his idlers have awesome belt adjustability. Delmar and Aaron were detrimental to getting Micron Plus working. Detrimental or instrumental? Hey Sanity, welcome. Okay, back to this. So I'm getting so I got distracted. I sanded these parts so they mate together. I'm ensuring that they mate together well. Filament sensor for Trident. It's a good question. None of the, well, V0 is the first one to have a spec filament sensor. So. You mentioned yesterday there was a build with Ben. Is this part of a stream or a silent build? Build with Ben. Oh, so I have nothing to do with the Ben Heck. I don't know, Heckenstorn or something, is building a Trident. I have nothing to do with it. I just know that he's building it. That was all. There was a comment, and one of the people that is kind of assisting with that build, Apollo, was in chat yesterday, so that's why it came up. Hey Laura. Hey Sean. No worries, Jack. Okay, so these are now, so which one do I have here? This one. Okay. I'm gonna try to put this together without losing those bearings. That goes in right like that. And then this is gonna push through. And those stick through there to thread into the stuff in the frame. And then I think a couple of screws here to hold this together. Enjoying hard case spinner mod. There you go. We're listening to you on the way home from the mall. Awesome. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, so now that slides in there, okay. Although that is a good point. I could have improved that a little bit too by probably getting the top of these. I may pull that apart just to make sure that I have a good. Mods are for people who just can't stop building. I am definitely, I enjoy many mods, but just kind of we have a very, a lot of people in the project, and just staying real about what to expect from different things, the spec builds versus mods. I think I've proven I very much support many of the mods that are done, but we have a lot of new builders, and setting an expectation or the idea that you must mod to have a good build, I don't think is great for them. Okay, so there we go. And I don't think that anyone necessarily sets that expectation, but probably the impression ends up out there. Sanity, you are a mod that is definitely not a burden. Kind of the opposite. What's the opposite of a burden? Hey, William. Finally time to stream. 2 hours of telephone, 3D tech support over, so now a well-rounded deserved break. Awesome. Okay. So that is there. These 2 screws are holding it together. There are a bunch of the other 2 fasteners that will go through here and here to attach to the frame. But before I get there, I'm going to build the other side. So this is another part. Go over here. Now we have this one pull apart. I had my first mod to the 2.4 after 2,000 hours of printing. Nice. Bomb spec 2.4 is actually really nice, although tap and clicky are must-haves in my opinion. Inductive probes drift far too much. I am a big fan of clicky, or not clicky, tap. I mean, clicky works fine. I've used clicky for a long time in many builds, but I've had the most luck with consistent first layers out of tap. Okay, so those 2 go there. This can all go off to the side. Hey, Pezlis, welcome. Yeah, tap is an official Voron design, but it is still a mod. It's not the spec build. It does take a little extra care, a little extra bit to assemble and get working well. So it's not the default build. Are you a Lego guy? I just got a new set and I'm excited. I'm not. I enjoy building Legos and going through and building a kit, but it's never been a big hobby for me. Who's going to Smurf? I saw you got pressured into going Schlunky Kong. Awesome. I am hoping to go. I'm expecting to go. The only reason I say hoping is I need to get everything sorted. I need to get things reserved and all. You can see how good the stock design is if you consider that you can build a working printer from the super cheap kits. Although I wouldn't recommend them, yeah. I got ticket to Smurf. I haven't actually bought my Smurf tickets yet. Okay, that's going there. I'm gonna pull these off. Middle spacer's going away. New spacer coming in. Clean these. Do you get some Cobby stuff over there? It's like Lego, but nicer and cheaper. I don't know. Lego, not Legos. The plural of Lego is Lego. The singular is a Lego brick. Lego is a system, not the pieces. Okay. Yeah, Legos are expensive. Lego are expensive. Finish out my rebuild of the Trident, Delta Z, Inverted Electronics, Pins Mod, XOL. Came out really nice and fun to build. Awesome. Lego my ego. There we go. Okay, so now this one, come off of here with a washer, Bearings. Oh, let me check to make sure we don't have a rough bearing caught in here anywhere. Can't name them Lego here when it's not Lego. Yeah, otherwise it's, what's the generic term? Building bricks, or there's probably something more descriptive than that. That goes there. Now we can pull these off. Put a screw in here. Make sure all these are clean. Sean has an expensive hobbies with the 3D printers. I have my own expensive hobby. Which is more expensive? That's a question I have. Which takes more? Is it a toss-up? In German, it's called Klemmbasting. I got the Hocus Pocus house, and it's going to be amazing. Clamping blocks, okay. Talking about the generic term for Lego. I print with carbon fiber and nylon, definitely 3D printing, yeah. Print a Block is a project by Joe, 3D printing professor. Some of the designs are really great, and they combine construction and 3D printing. Yep. You spend what you have, so it depends on the income. True. Okay, and then one more. Where are we at? We are, holy moly, it's an hour and 45 minutes in. McDonald's, thanks for the gifted memberships. And that most hobbies will absorb 150% of your spendable income. That's probably accurate. Good. Okay, all are good. I expected the bearings to be good. Although I use this printer quite a bit, it doesn't have a ton of print hours on it because, I mean, it's the print hours I do get spread across more printers. Okay, 2 bearings, 2 washers, and then the bearings. Lego as a manufacturer is not that great. There was some litigation. Okay, now this goes in here. And these are, there is little embossed in labels, B on both of these, A on the other one. My kid played with printer blocks for a while, but stopped. They still play with Lego though. Okay, now these go here and plug it in right like that. Make sure both of those are good, and then lock this together. Lego blocks are foot killers in the carpet, yes. That's too long. There we go. Perfect. And that goes there. So then that'll go on the printer. So let's see where we're at. Do you follow the fan showdown? What's that? I use a Lego table for Legos, no foot injuries. Okay, so we just went through all these steps, putting the A and B stepper drivers together. Did I print that? Oh, I did. Okay. Now we're gonna put the pulleys on the steppers. So I bought, since this was a, here, let's get that comparison. This was a V0.0, and I need to pull these pulleys off anyway. These are the original spec stepper motors. And these are very early ones too, because at the same time I bought the frame from Jason, I bought rails and the steppers as well. But these are the new 52mm steppers, and these were the original spec steppers. William, thanks for being a member. User submitted PC fan designs, 3D printed and tested. Oh, I've seen those come up in my feed. I have not actually watched any of those videos though. There's a flat spot here. More beefy. Yep. Jason and the Steppers sounds like a 1960s band. Okay, let's grab. We'll recycle the pulleys. Hey, Ben. More chunk, more better. Guessing John and the Steppers play music on stepper motors. Oh, Jason and the Steppers. You can make music with them. I use the V0.0 steppers as Z motors for my Micron. Okay. Those work out well. Okay, so A and B steppers, I'll just pick one. Some residue off there. Those disk drive orchestras are awesome, yeah. So we're gonna work on the A drive first. That would be this guy. And then, so that means we'll take a stepper here, and let's see where my piece is. Oh, there it is. A little multi-tool. It's like folks did some tweaks too, because the little panel, the top hat hinge piece changed, so. Does anybody know where to get Polymaker, Galaxy, ABS, ASA in the EU? I'm not sure. Hey, Iconic. Got the Imperial Star Wars song to work one night in the Discord. Nice. We use an umbilical board on the V0. I have I don't know exactly where it is at the moment, but I have a toolhead PCB for the Bowden toolhead here. There is not going to be a companion board between the steppers because the number of pins is different. Did you tweak the slicer settings for that printed tensioning nut? The ones for the tiny M I am building feel horribly wrong, even after enlarging in X and Y. I didn't tweak these at all. This is where it goes. This is the little cam lock thing. It's a tight fit, but it does work, and it will, yeah, it'll work. It's a little snug fit. Where you get the insert tools? These insert tools, heat set insert tools, off Amazon. Any opinion on the metal toolhead carriage from Fabrico? I have one. It's not going to go into this build because some decisions that Kyle or Hart K made on the way the toolhead mounts, it's not compatible. But I'm planning on putting that in one of my other V0s. I was talking about the ones on the motors. What was your question? Did you tweak the slicer settings for that printed tensioning? Oh, for these? No, I just print these with my normal settings. If this is tight for you, if this is what you're talking about, if this is tight for you, then you're over extruding. Okay, so let's get back to this. We have a stepper here and let's put the flat spot on the stepper there. And then the A drive spacing is right there. We will tweak this on printer. So this isn't getting torqued down, but just snugged. But we will line this up in its final position on the printer. So there's that one, and we might as well do the other one while we're sitting here, and it goes the opposite. So it goes there we go, up, and then we use the B side. Like the tool for measurement. This is in the V0 STL files on the V0 GitHub. The base thing here is I modeled this. It has been tweaked for the V0.2 R1 stuff in this area, but the base thing is something I modeled. Okay, so steppers are done. We want this is the A drive, the one with the belt in the lower position. And we're probably, how am I gonna do? I think I'm gonna go to the, I don't know where I wanna do the belts. I think I'm actually gonna put them forward and then bend out of the way, yeah. Now let's figure out what screws we're using here. Yep, those are it. Oh, and washers. Oh, do I have my washers? Yes, I do. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 washers. This is a change in the V0.2, I think, ended up getting washers underneath the heads of the screws here, and that just makes to spread the load of the screw so it doesn't deform the plastic as much. So get all of these in here. Hey, Mr. K. I've been watching your 0G Mercury 1 streams to prep for my build, and I realized a couple hours ago that I wasn't subbed, so I subbed. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Anybody? There's probably a lot of folks. Although, if you look at my stats, so a lot of people like post, hey, I've got 98% of the people who view my channel aren't subbed. I'm at about 50%. So 50% of my views come from people who are subbed. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll take it as a good thing. Okay, so these are not going to get tightened down, but that just kind of put this in place. Now the instructions tell you to put the wires out to some other direction, I'm sure. I'm going to put them to the back, and I think that'll be fine. Enough room. So that goes there, and then this one is going to get the same thing. I need to 1, 2, 3, and 4, and washers. How many? We're at 100 and something likes now, and we've got about an hour until filament giveaway. Are we gonna hit 300? Opinion on installing a panel under the bed extrusions on a Trident to split the chamber and use a Nevermore up top. A panel under the bed extrusion to split the chamber. Oh, so it moves down with the bed? I hadn't thought about it. Do you get bonus points for pressing the goofy stream heart? I have no idea, and I don't know where that came from. Is that why I get hearts on my chat? Popping up on my chat? Why is that being there? Oh, interesting. Solid fork or micron? Help me decide. That's a good question. I've built both. I'm a fan of barely a fan of the micron over the solid fork, mostly because the 180 build is available. Mostly because I like the 180 build size. Okay, so now that's gonna go this way. And thread on there. Oh, sorry, hopefully that wasn't too loud. That's an app thing. I just noticed it wasn't there for a few weeks. I couldn't see the last chat line. Oh, interesting. Okay, all of these are spinning freely. Okay. So we put the A drive together. We put the screws with washers this time in. It does say which direction the wires go. I'm gonna ignore that and put a different direction, and I'll pay the consequences if I run into a problem later. And then this alignment here is important. We can actually set that. We can mostly eyeball that. So by looking through the end here, I probably need more light because that black pulley is tough to see. But that is looking really lined up, so yeah, it's lined up good. So I'm gonna reach in here now and finish tightening those. Tracy, member for 14 months, awesome. Enjoying the stream as always. Thanks for being here. Doesn't solid fork have room for a 180, just not spec? No, I don't think so on the current design. I've asked Yuri about it. We need to popularize the tiny T. I've got an extra Ender 2 Pro laying around. Ender 2 or Ender 3? What's this? I know there was an Ender 2, but I don't know if there was an Ender 2 Pro, was there? What's the smallest footprint Voron or Voron inspired printer? Voron 0 is probably going to be your smallest footprint. Something based on the Voron 0 frame anyway. Okay, let's go back here. So those are lined up. Tensioner nuts are on there. B drive, we just did that at the same time, so we can skip all of that. Then we're gonna install it on the printer. So let's go this view. Okay, so now we have, hey RAM Online. E2 Pro had a PEI sheet. That's what made it Pro? Okay, so these are gonna go here, and then one of these is gonna go near the front on the side ones. I don't know if this is better or this is better. Maybe this is better. One of these is gonna line up exactly with this extrusion slot, and the other one's gonna sit there near the back. Let's see, it's gonna go right there. Okay, and then let's see if we can line this up. This is gonna go right about there. I need something stainless to move these because these nuts are steel and they're magnetic. That'll be about there. My Orca files don't show previews. Main cell, anyone know how to fix this? I haven't used Orca yet, so I don't know. Okay, so I've kind of used the parts to line up where the nuts are gonna sit. Now there are printed spacers and stuff like that. I didn't bother printing those. This, oops, that goes back there. This can go right here and here. Now we can try setting this on here and see if it works. Now is this, I guess this is the right time. So I'm gonna wanna set this straight down so I don't disturb the position of those nuts. Let's see how well I did. That one tightened. That one tightened. Last one. Woohoo! I got them all. There. So now I'm gonna loosen all these because I got them to where I could feel they were tight. I'm gonna loosen all of these and then I'm just gonna make sure this is all settled into flush at all the surfaces. You ordered a cocoa press, Pezlis? That's awesome. Well, it looks like my V0 display died. There's a green light on the back, but not recognized in OS. I wouldn't assume it's dead. Some of those have had some restart problems, I think. Always have. But why is B left, A right, not A left, B right? I have no idea. Oh, you're beta building? Nice. Okay, now the other side. Let's make sure all of these were lined up. It's going there, which means this goes right here. And this one, lost that, but I'm gonna be in the way, cause some focus issues. Let's try that. Hey Tuxedo. How are you liking the build? Okay, so it'll go straight down. Let's see if I caught these. Got that one. Got that one. Got them all. Nice. Hair has pretty good focus. Hair has better focus than me. Okay, it's just gonna put all these down. Steve Mentos called the test station is coming out. You made a while back. I have not made it yet. I'm planning it. I have not gotten to the point of assembling it. Okay. A and B steppers on. I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna take the Z wire that I keep smashing and just kind of pull it up into the, on top of the deck there, so I don't keep setting it down on it. I start my Cocoa Press build on Tuesday. Nice. So what Built by Devin is talking about, I'm planning on building a little test controller station, and I've got a lot of it planned out, but I just haven't made the time. Things keep getting in the way. Other bigger projects keep getting in the way. So once I get back to that, I think it'll be handy because then I'll be able to do some videos on setup of different controllers without dedicating to a build. So, Okay. Going through here. The screws are fastened into the preloaded nut. Slide the nuts into position prior to placing the part, and that's what we did. So if we had gummies, these pages would be a good spot to set up. Oh. Hold on a second. I got Charlie peeing on his bed. I don't want him to be trying to caught him early, so only a couple of drops. Poor Charlie. Okay, sorry about that. Clean that up. Okay, so this would be a good spot for gummy bears or a treat. Now we're gonna get into the idlers. So, yellow alert, yes. Get that, and I need to grab the idlers. Same deal as before. I've got the parts that I took off the printer sitting here, and it looks like one of them came apart here. Find the pieces. Where are they? Got one. Charlie treat time. That's not a bad idea. Let me find these idler pieces first. I'm actually not seeing them at all in this box. Where did they go? They're not here. Then where are they? Not there at all, so maybe I put them in here. Hey, Jax. Spaceman page equals a gummy bear break. Yes. Did I put them in here? No. Where else would they be? I've got one. Maybe they're in here. This is another, the old Z, the old belted Z setup. Talk dreaming. Uh-oh. How could I be missing that? How could I be missing that? All the parts were in here. Do that again. Any news about Galileo 2? July is almost over. Was there some promise of July? I'm not aware. Where did that go? This is not great. I put them in there. No, not there. I'm not aware of any promised deadline, whether one or not. Where else would it be? It's got to be in here, but it's not. The two pieces are here, but where did the bearings go? Oh, are they in my... Are they in here? Oh yeah, there they are. There they are. They had fallen out before, so I've got them here. Crisis averted. So let's do the same thing, clean these up. I have Galileo 2 stuff. I've been doing quite a bit of printing with a Galileo 2 v2.4z drive setup, and it's working fine. But there isn't any release news. That's all stuff that Jared's already pretty much made. Info is public. Okay, check that. All good. No promise, but it was expected probably later in July. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Stu Builds had a few streams ago. Secret one, what? At some point, we'll do a stream assembling one. Once the project's at that point. So these, okay, so I mentioned this earlier, but these bearings have a little groove in the flange, next to the flange here, that tends to collect debris, belt stuff. And since I'm recycling parts on this, I'm just cleaning them out. And I don't know if you can see, maybe I can, but there is debris that's coming out of there. About to do the most stressful part of my Trident build, powering up the DC components for the first time. There you go. Do I have any of the original washers in here? Yes, there they are. The 2 washers. Okay, so now that is good. And then my underwire has been a workhorse with ABS, been printing a bunch of parts for my friend's reef tank. Awesome. Yeah, definitely record anytime you power on something for the first time, record it just in case. Okay, so let's go ahead and take this one apart, and then we need a couple of screws there. We're gonna clean that up there, and one more. So all the fasteners, printed parts can go away, and then we need our printed parts for the new ones. So there, and one more. There. Too late. So belt paths changed from 0.1 to 0.2? No, belt paths are all the same. I'm leaning towards a manual mill with drive per axis. The cost goes way up for pre-built CNC. I would really like a manual mill. Just watching like Clow42 and Blondie Hacks and the stuff they do with those, and Artisan Makes, those are the 3 CNC channels I watch pretty much every video that comes out. They're all using maybe motorized axes, but not CNC. Changing some parts of my underwire right now. Should the teeth on the GT2 pulleys be round or flat? That's a good question. I don't know offhand. Inheritance Machining is also a good channel. Okay. What are we at? We have 45 minutes. How close are we to 200 likes? We gotta do baby steps. We can't say 300 yet. We gotta get to 200 first. Okay. Now we are going to do this. A and B idlers. We have both of these pieces, and both of these go through the main. Is there no heat sets or anything in here? Okay. We're at 200? Nice. Okay, so a screw up through here. And then I kind of use my finger to hold the screw, just kind of push it to the side so it can't push back through that hole. And then you can build this all at the end, or at least most of it. Then you can grab the end and let it fall to the rest. And then you can just push on the bearings if you want to hold it in place. So is that right? Yeah. And then that would be the shorter of the piece there. And then one more screw goes through here. And that assembly will go onto the printer. I'm working my way through Blondie Hack's live stream model train build series. I can't afford a $20,000 kit, so scratch build is my only option. Nice. Is that how much that model train kit costs? I never caught that. I've been watching the same series, but finally going outside to cut extrusions. Have fun. Updated Moonraker, and now I can't connect to main cell. Why I don't do updates. Fortunately, the documentation is pretty good if you get an error message. Okay, next one. Same deal for here, but we have a lot more room to work. So we build this on the end. And the last one. All right, like that. And then in there. And one more screw right here. They probably have us putting these on the printer now. So we look at the position of the idlers. This is the taller one on this side. And we want those screws there, nuts. So these are gonna both sit right in there. And we can set this to the side and, oops, set this to the side this way and line that up. And there, and there. She is scratch building 2 live stream kits are just expensive. Found a guy in Canada that's building a budget train layout. Pre-check release notes before installing, gives you an idea if you want to risk an update. Only update if you don't need the printer at that moment. Yes, that's good advice. Scott Rails is a YouTube channel. Anybody get the 3D Chameleon 4-color changer working on Voron 2.4? I bought a 3D Chameleon kit, intending to do a install of it on a stream, probably a Charlie's Angel stream. That might be August, I guess. I just haven't gotten to it. I bought it after talking to Bill at Murph. I'm going to put it on my Prusa Mini though. Updates on my training yesterday warned me on every section that something may cause problems. Okay, so I'm making sure the printed part is kind of centered on the extrusion here. And I'm just tightening these up. And make sure the bearings still move freely. We're getting there. I haven't heard of anyone who got the Chameleon working with Clipper, or they did and it was a pain. I wonder why it was a pain, because it's really kind of independent of that. It shouldn't matter if it's Clipper or Marlin. I could be missing something though. Okay, those 2 are done. Oops, I forgot to preload the 4 nuts on this side, and that's for the magnet for the door. So all I should have to do is loosen that one and then twist that out of the way. Didn't have to completely remove the other one. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Would you do a Pandora's box conversion? I would. There's a lot of projects that I would do. It's just a matter of practicality of time. At a certain point, I just have to kind of go through the projects that come through that interest me the most. And that one is interesting. It's just, it's going to be at least the end of the year at this point before I would even consider it. I like the small printers. That is where I definitely lean towards in builds, but I don't know when I would. I am helping a friend design a firmware agnostic spool changeover solution. It gets harder than one might expect. Yeah. I hear people state this, maybe we need a review on Chameleon, but technical, it's software work only. The maker uses Marlin. He does use Marlin, yep. Hey, George. Okay, so the preloaded 4M3 nuts there, I was reminded. These can go in there, but they'd have to come out again when we put the extrusion on. Front screws attached to the threaded hole in the end of the frame. The rear screws go into preloaded nuts, yep. And we could put that piece in there, but it's got to come right back out to screw the extrusion into place. So I'm going to leave it out for now. And then making sure that these are in the correct position and line up with the correct belt path is what this is saying. Do okay with the CAD. Cam is still kicking my butt. That's all stuff I need to learn still. Get to using my CNC. Need to get it finished. Got my stupid diode laser sitting on it right now. Okay, final idler check. Assume your idlers match the orientation below. They do. And this is highlighting that there's an angle here, and that matches up for the gantry. Kind of allows it to get full travel. And then gummy time. Okay. Z setup. Okay, I made a change for my build, and I'll talk about it. Let's talk about it this way, maybe. So we have a printer here, and we have a controller, and we have an extruder. Maybe this is going to be the better view. Controller, extruder, and power supply. As I saw on stream, the maker says Chameleon is fully software and technical. In my head, you're going to need macros to pull filament back or cut. Yeah, I don't know enough about it to be able to speak well to it yet, RAM Online. Okay, this is an original V0 build, which means it has a AC powered 100 watt, 120 volt bed, which means it doesn't have as big of a 24 volt load on the system, which plays into my favor here for my build, because if we put, where did the other panel go? If we slide the back panel in here, slide that in there temporarily, and set this on the front. Now we have a extruder that's gonna go here, thereabouts. Doesn't leave a lot of room back here to mount a controller. There's nowhere this will fit. So, what is that black box next to your mouse? Well, we're getting there. we're getting there. So this doesn't fit. Nothing fits back here of the normal parts catalog pieces. But because I'm using an AC bed, I can get away with a tiny power supply. This is a Meanwell, there we are, IRM 90 24 volt power supply. So the original V0.0 spec'd a 100 watt power supply. And I'm banking on 90 watts being enough without actually doing all the calculations. But I've mentioned it, I've talked to people, we think it's gonna be okay. So now the idea is only the extruder is gonna be on the back. Just gonna make this nice and clean. And on the bottom is going to be the power supply on one side or the other. It's gonna sit on one side or the other. And the controller is gonna sit here. Okay, now, Steve does mean well, I do mean well. So the controller is gonna sit something like that. This is gonna sit something like that. Now, I need one more piece, which I may need to go to the other garage to get. It's, how much were those? It wasn't much. It was, I bought 2 of them because I bought a 48 volt version also because I'm gonna use that in another printer to run just the A and B steppers. But it was like $60 for 2 of them. So they're about $30 each. If there are barrel jack PSUs for 24 volts, you could save some space. But I would have to run 2 power cords to this because I have an AC bed. So, can you ping the printer IP? Oh, we're talking that. Yeah, if I ran an external 24 volt power supply, I would still have to run an AC connector to the printer, and I don't want to run 2 plugs. Yeah. So this is the Duet 3D Duet Mini 5 Plus. It's the Duet 3 Mini 5 Plus. Extruder is mounted in another axis. Will need more space with the motor attached if you want anything else on the back. And nothing else is going to be on the back. That's the nice thing about this. I don't need anything else on the back because I don't need a Pi. I'm using the Duet board with Reprap Firmware. So let me, for the first time this stream, put you in the capable hands of Dancing Max. And let me go grab the Z stepper because I left it in the other garage. Because that's important to kind of showing what I'm doing here. Be right back. And never mind that the Be Right Back is not centered. I screwed that up somewhere in playing with setting up the stream with Modbot, and I haven't fixed it yet. So just ignore that. Okay. I missed the answer about the MK4 if he answered it. I didn't. How much is this kid I'm laying so I may not hear your response? Can someone type it? What do we got? Can you re-ask it, George? Okay, I'm back. There's a dancing Nero out there now too. Nice. Okay, so what I missed is I have the stepper, Z stepper for V0. I bought this way over a year ago as evidence of it's not a coated one. I think I bought it from Printed Solid in anticipation of this build. And I just kept forgetting to go grab it. So here is our Z stepper, integrated lead screw Z. Will your SSR go on the back or the bottom? So we'll get there. So now, just to answer that, this is the SSR. It's tiny. It's gonna stick in here somewhere. I'm not quite sure where. It might just go on top of the power supply. It's tiny. This is the one that ran this printer for quite a few hundred hours of prints, so. Okay, so this is gonna go somewhere. Now, the stepper basically goes at a 45-degree angle here. But if you notice, we start overlapping the controller board, which isn't a big deal as long as there's clearance. It will fit in there, but I want to make sure I have enough room to stick my finger in here and hit the reset button, that kind of thing. So, yeah, this is all V0.0 original hardware is where this came from. This is a good brand. This is a Cridum. This was in the BOM. This was the spec SSR for V0.0. So the problem with 90 here is getting to the screws and having more than one. So because it's at a 45-degree angle, so you can get the three screws into the stepper and that. 90 might clear a little bit, but I made a pretty simple change to do this. So this is the default Z stepper mount, and this goes on here, right? And then the stepper goes in here and mounts it at 30, and then you get or 45, and then you get access to the two screws to hold this, and everything's nice and happy. So instead, and this nut keeps getting in the way. That's okay. I modeled two different alternate stepper mounts. One of them is 4 millimeters thicker, using the same hardware, and one of them is 6 millimeters thicker. So what that's going to do is, just very simply, is going to give me, and because the skirts are a little thicker on here, I have all the room I need. This will, let me get that in there. Give me a lot of finger room here now. There's I mean, tons of room. So simple change, simple mod, but it'll give me enough room to be able to place this and still get my finger in there to hit the reset button. It is a DeWitt 3 Mini 5. Yes, Mini 5 Plus. It's too laggy. What's going on, George? You got some internet problems? Are you losing any Z? No. It sticks up way more than 6 millimeters at the other end. Plenty of room to do this. The only concern I would have had is if I still had room for my bottom panel, because the bottom panel is required, 100%. And I checked, and I think it's going to be fine. I can go to the 4 millimeter version if there are any clearance issues, but I think it'll be fine. So that is kind of the layout here. Mr. K, thanks for the gifted memberships. Turn the main board 90 degrees. And then I run into issues of, if I turn this here, and I've got another little aspect to this problem. I can't get to the SD card. It's hard to get to the power. If I turn it this way, I definitely can't get to the SD card. If I turn it this way, then I have plenty of room to get to the SD card here, and I can connect to the Wi-Fi antenna here. And this is a little tight back here for the power connectors, but I should only have to get to those once. The other part of this is for my AC wire management. I modeled this, which is a little platform for this power supply with some integrated Wago connectors. So this is gonna go here, and that's gonna go right like that. So that takes a little bit of extra space here, but it's gonna improve my wire management. So that'll go like that, that'll go there, and then the SSR will go in here. Probably just put it on top of the power supply if I have enough room with the bottom panel. So yeah, this is kind of the layout, and I think it'll be fine. If we look at it from this angle, you might get a little better idea of how much clearance I actually have on here. See, I can fit my whole finger underneath the underneath the stepper now. You think a storm is coming? You have a Verizon DSL? So yeah, that's kind of the plan here. So a little more explanations on why we're going to go with this alternative thicker Z mount. Now I recessed all the screws, so it still uses all the same length screws. Originally, I increased this to the 4mm because I could just add 4 to the screw lengths, and that's an even number for the screw lengths. 6 would have put us into odd screw lengths that aren't part of the BOM. But then I just decided to model the part so we use the same fasteners. Yes, and I'm banking on the taller skirts. I think even with the regular skirts, I'd have room for the stepper because it is the short LDO stepper. But I'm hoping I have room for the SSR. Otherwise, I'm going to be placing it back here in the corner or something. Would you have been able to raise the board high enough so the SD cleared the extrusion with it rotated? Well, the skirts are going to be there. So, yeah. Those power terminals are horizontal. Can you solder some? Hey Eric, welcome. Those power terminal, can you solder some vertical mounted ones in there? Maybe, but I think there's enough room to bend the terminals out of the way, and that's a one-time plug-in, and I can put the skirt on after I plug it in. We need to go riding, Eric. I'm telling you. Is that an actual relay in our SSR? It's an SSR. It's just a very small SSR. Oh, wrong camera. You can look it up. Oh, if I can get it to focus. Yeah. You can pause and get a part number or whatever. You put the SSR in the other corner, short way to the bed. Yeah, but I have a thing about, I really try to get all my AC wiring into one section of a printer. I don't like AC wires going across any further than they have to. So I'll find somewhere to put it over here, I think. I might move this back this way, move it towards the front of the printer, and then there's a lot of room right here for it. Could have modeled a slot in the skirt for external SD card access. Could have. That's true. Knee improving this week for sure. Okay. Maybe make a Wago type mount for it. I was looking at that, and it looks like there's features on it that would, for mounting, but I'm not sure what the printed mount would look like. Yeah, I like to isolate the high voltage stuff into a section of the printer away from the rest of the wiring. And no, none of this grounds. I will be grounding to the frame and to the bed, but this, I don't remember, I couldn't speak exactly to the regulation or whatever, but this is just a two wire power supply, and I think it's at its rating or something. Someone else could probably speak better to that. And same with the SSR, but the bed itself and the frame will be grounded to the outlet. Okay, so now to installing why am I going duet? Because it's different. And this is yet another V0 build. And I don't know that anybody has done a V0 build with duet. So it really is because, and duet sent me this board. And they didn't tell me, put it in a V0 and stream it. They said, hey, if you come up with a configuration that we can use, we'd like it. But that's the extent of what they asked. That's how these designs evolve, use, assess, adjust. Everybody wants me to build a Pandora's box. Have you checked all this in CAD? That PSU looks tall and the 4 to 6 millimeter stepper spacer might be too long even for the new skirts. I did check the stepper spacer. I did check that in CAD. And if I set this on here, it is shorter than the stepper. So we're good. Hey, Poity. Hey, Chris. Hey, Nuno. Where are we at? Oh, 15 minutes from giveaway. How close are we to 300 likes? Magic smoke released. Ah. Build it, but leave it closed. He wants to duet. I just ordered Pandora's box stuff yesterday. Nice. 220. Can we get 80 in 15 minutes? We've done this before. It's okay to build Pandora's box, just don't open it. We've done this before. So I don't know if we can rally, but we can at least get close. Okay, this is talking about the lead screw nut for not the kirigami, for the spec bed. So we're gonna skip that. And I think I can, oh, we're gonna start putting on, oh, interesting. So that goes there. So I think it's preparing to put the back panel in. So let's pull this off for right now, get it out of the way. If I handed you a closed box and told you never to open it, how long do you think it would be before it is opened? About half a second. Okay. So I think we're getting ready to put skirts, or the corner pieces on. So they had us put the nut in there, but we don't need to yet. Well, maybe we can. Maybe we will. Let's go here. Let's pull this off of here and put this on. Is this threaded? I don't think it's threaded. No. Okay. Let's go. Oop. Let's go here. This is gonna go in the bed. Yeah, I can go just run it on top here. And then we just need a couple of, what size screw is that gonna be? I'm gonna say M3 by 12s. Let's see if an M3 by 12 is gonna work. M3 by 12. Let's actually set this way. This will probably be easiest. Let's see if an M3 by 12 is gonna reach through for the, no, we're gonna go longer than that to get a lock nut on the other side. So we're gonna go the next size up. It's gonna be 16s, okay. 3 by 16s and a couple of lock nuts. Adam, thanks for being a member. It's a regular nut. A lock nut. No, there's a lot of regular nuts in there. There we go. 2 lock nuts. That and that's, I think. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. What do we have here? 59 people needed. We are getting close. Can we do it? For anyone new, this is just a fun thing that has kind of evolved into a thing. Trying to hit 300 likes by the time I give away filament every stream. And we had a long streak going, and I think it got broke, but now we're trying it again. Only because it's fun. It doesn't matter. So escape the reunion, just spent an hour driving around a cemetery with the wife playing Pokemon Go and listening to this. Nice. I have a cool little RC hobby remnant. This is from J Concepts, and it's got a 5.5 millimeter on one side and a 7 millimeter on another. It's for wheel nuts, but it works really well for these M3 nuts. Although it might be a little short to actually do this effectively. So let me grab the other hobby, the Team Associated nut driver. There we go. Yep. Getting in there at an angle is kind of a pain. So I could use some pliers instead if I needed to. 32 people. Okay, so I'm tightening this down to where it's touching, but not tight. Where we have some X and Y movement, but no Z movement. Same as on Trident. Same idea as on Trident. I'm gonna be able to move this around in X and Y, but there's no vertical play. What RC do I have? A lot of Team Associated stuff. I have their four-wheel drive, the B44. That's about a 5-year-old version. A B6. I do have a axial crawler and an old TC3 that's set up for vintage Trans Am. I like building them. I hardly ever run them. I think the crawler is probably the most fun I have and actually run, because most of the others are meant to go to the track. Okay, so that is just fine tuning the tension on those bolts, on those screws with a lock nut, so that there is some horizontal play, but no vertical play. I have a Tekken 4x4 8th truck and 3 Team Associated 2-wheel drive buggy and 3 trucks. There you go. TC3 was a shaft drive touring car. Yep. Yep, shaft driven touring car. Okay, so that's on there. Now it's easier to do that right now. We could have done it with the back panel on here, but I think we're getting to putting the back panel on in the instructions. I love building. Most of my racing cars partners either moved or passed. Okay. Now we are going to preload a bunch of nuts here. Turn this on its end. Let's just go here. Got a little, I'm gonna adjust this extrusion here. There we go. Maybe this one too. Is it that way or that way? That's good. That one just a little bit. Okay, so on its top, zoom out. Now we are going to, we've got the printer in this direction. We need 3 on the ends here. 1, 2, these are for panels. 3. Oop, that one fell out. How did that one fall out? There we go. Colors are fun. I would suggest to look at the BRX01. That's some nice stuff you can build. 26 needed. We've got 8 minutes for 26 likes. That would be amazing if we keep doing this. 25. Can you go month to month? Kind of want to grab one I used to work from the road. 23. Okay, so that's the 3 here, and then probably the other side is, so this is on the rear of the printer. We're gonna follow that. 15. Maybe like 4 more times. There you go. We can do it. We can do it. I'm gonna put in some more square nuts while everyone finds that like button. I like to collect dust for the most part. Yeah, same here. Only 10 left. 1, 2, 3, and then 3 on this side and 4 on this side. Something on my probe install popped the max chip. Uh-oh. 1, 2, and 3. Got 10 more to do. 6 minutes. 9 more to do in 6 minutes. Are you still here, Eric? Did you like? 2 and 4 over here. My PCCF cruciment spool just exploded? Oh no! Oh. Okay, and 4 over here. Okay, so that's all those preloads. Where spit is I just replaced it 4 weeks ago. Ah. Okay, more gummy time. 9 more. I like that I'm seeing 216. Just reload. If you reload the page, sometimes it gets caught up, Michael. Let me get some water. Seven more and 5 minutes to go. 6 more. Okay, where are we? So this is preloading more nuts. So that's, what side is this? I thought I did all those. Oh, is that, did I just do that without actually? Yeah, it already told me to do those. Okay. Is this just double checking? Okay. Who won? It's amazing. You guys are amazing. I think this is just double checking that we have all the preloaded nuts in there. X-ray print just finished. Have to let it cool down. It's a bit stringy. We have a bunch of humidity lately. Ah. 1 more, almost there. We still have 4 minutes. We haven't drawn yet, Polo. We haven't drawn yet. Let me make sure we have. Oh yeah, we got all the responses. Are we there? It doesn't, there's a lag on my end apparently. Gary, thanks for the gifted membership. If we're 1 shy. Oh, we hit 300? Awesome. Don't press like twice. You have to press it an odd number of times and then it's fine. Woohoo! Someone keeps on clicking the like. Well, we need a cushion now. We need a cushion. I think this is just double checking that we have all of the ones in there that are important. Or yeah, this is just double checking. Slap it smack and tip it 300. We're staying at, oh, now it says 307? Nice. Here, this is, let's do this. So I don't win, take my like back. That's how it works. This is what I see. This is what I see. This is what I see. I see the first digit and then ... So I can never tell where we're at. That's why I ask. I see a first digit and then ... Just the way my screen scaling is. So. Okay, we can start getting, okay, so we're gonna do the drawing and then we'll get back to this. Charlie is eating, that's good. So we'll do the drawing, we'll do Charlie treats, and then we'll get back to this. Print on my repeato mount versus 2. Oh, version 2, nice. I'm cutting my yard with a grass trimmer, let me know who won. I don't get why YouTube does what. Can't you zoom out with the control and mouse wheel? I could, but it scales chat as well. So it's not worth it. And plus I can ask for feedback from you folks. It scales chat as well, and then it gets hard to read. Some of the concurrent viewers are double ups too because of phone chatters who watch it. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that because it really doesn't matter. We're having a good time. None of the numbers really matter. They're fun to see, but none of it makes any real difference other than our enjoyment, which is enough. Yep. So, my daughter is sitting now watching with me. Awesome. Okay, so we got a minute left. We are, we have Wheel of Names ready. Can't say that you want, but we jumped again more than 100 if I'll jump in. It's about the engagement and it's about having fun here. I don't do this as a job, so I can afford to not worry about it. But it is nice to see everything. Yep. So, for sure. And it's, yeah. Okay, we are at 1 o'clock. So the way I do this is I torture you and myself by closing the entries when we haven't had an entry in 3 seconds. So I am looking at the responses right now, and I'm gonna count down to 3, from 3. And when I haven't had one, when we have ended that very long countdown, then we will close it. So no responses, links in the description and the pin post in 3, 2, 2.5, and 1. Okay, so we got everybody. Oh, we just got one. 3, 2, who's leaving? Not a job, you're a YouTube. You're making bank. Oh yeah, big bank. Oh, we got a whole bunch while I've been chatting here. Why is there much members in this channel? So our members, we have an awesome community here. I keep the member tier low. So I think that's a big part of why we end up with a lot of members. So, okay, restarting the countdown. 3, 2, 1, and done. Okay. I think I have missed something. Oh, here's Charlie. Perfect timing, Charlie. Okay, let me get this out here. Generous gifters, yes. Well, I mean, the way YouTube works for memberships and gifting is gifted memberships cost a maximum of $5 per gift, or whatever the highest tier is for that channel. So my highest tier is the $1.99, which makes it a lot easier for the gifts. Okay, let me get this created. Patrick, thanks for the gifted memberships. Thomas is here, that's good. There's a lot of members because of Charlie, yes. I've won Nero and Modbot. I need a Steve win to complete the set. Okay, so our first was black. And let's get the, who got in the last entry? Frank. And let me catch up on chat real quick. Mike, we met each other at Murph. Awesome. Send me good luck today. Did not fancy replacing a board today. Yeah. Maybe you'll win some filament. Okay, let's go here and let's paste the thing in. Lots of gifts are fun and inclusive. The same cut for gifted memberships as Super Chat. It is. So, I mean, I think that's one of the best things that YouTube has done is the gifted memberships, because it's not just giving to the creator. There is some value to viewers, which is awesome. Okay, so that's there. Pezlis, thank you. Super Chat for Super Cat. Awesome. TM87, thanks for becoming a member. So we need a number range. We had, let's see, what do we have? Let's go just with a number between 10 and 20. Let's do a number between 10 and 20. Yep, both you and a new member at the same time, absolutely. So 10 and 20. My number is Hugga Dugga. 13 every time. Okay, let's go 13. So we are going to shuffle this 13 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, Charlie's Age would have been a good one. I'm going to add 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I just did 17. Whatever. I clicked the wrong thing. That was the one more roll for you, Dark Furions. That's what that extra one was. Who do we got? We're gonna get ready to set a timer. Who has won? Innes, are you here? You have 2 minutes to respond. Congratulations. Innes. Long water break. So, I'm probably not saying that right. Innes? Congratulations. Are you here? Say something in chat. Gotta be here. Innes, are you here? Congratulations. You've won. So if you're in the US and Canada, you get there's a form that I'll send you, and you get 2 coupons. You get one for $35 off the Canada or the Polymaker store, and then one that gives you free shipping. If you're outside the US and Canada, then you get a form with a list of filaments that you can select from to have a roll sent to you. So, Innes, you have a minute to respond. You have 1 minute. We gotta get Charlie View back there. We're gonna have to wake him up. We'll see him wake up. Innes, are you here? Are you here? You're gonna give someone else a chance. Ines. There we go. Did chat freeze? No, it just took a little bit, I think. Ines. Oh, Ines. Ines, it's very unlikely that there's another Ines in here, but for future reference, put your full YouTube name in. I'm gonna go with it but congratulations. Congratulations. People get blacked at the moment. Awesome. Congratulations. Let me get this copied. Yep. So just make sure the key of this working and this is unlikely to and almost impossible to have been a mix-up. But if there were 2 of a partial name, then we'd want to make sure that it doesn't. We would have to go to email addresses from there. So, awesome. Congratulations. Let me get this pasted in here. Let me make sure that I can find your email address. Yeah, and it double check. It all matches. Your name is an email, so we're good. We are good. Congratulations. You will get an email from me. probably within the next day or two. Although I've been terrible lately, and it took a little while for others, but I'll try not to let that happen again. Awesome. Let me close this. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. And back to here. But we promised Charlie treats. So let's get set up. We are going to, so this will be kind of nice because you can see Charlie in his bed. Oh, link removal reminder. Thank you, Andres. I remember, thank you a lot. Awesome. Oops, it's not what I wanted. To unpin that message. George was here. I saw George type in there. Who's Enos's used her account? Membership for those who stayed until giveaway. Awesome, thank you. Okay, we are gonna do Charlie treats because it's fun and Charlie really gets up for it. So keep an eye on his little inset there. You'll see him perk right up. You ready, Charlie? Oh, he loves his treats. That is so worth it. Get these opened up. So quick to react. Oh yeah, that magic sound. Oops, I'm waiting too long, aren't I? I can't find the little printed ball. I think I forgot and left him with it, and it's probably rolled around somewhere in the house. He's not super bright though. It's right behind his tail. Here, right here, Charlie. There you go. Hey, Dutch dude, welcome. Woo. I'm gonna give you 2 more. I've changed my nickname here on YouTube to be simpler. There you go. You don't. There we go. Okay. Oh, let me rinse off my fingers real quick so I don't get Charlie bit me. I need to get a Charlie mic. The stream froze up. What? Let me see. Let me see. Stream health. Stream has been healthy. No messages on anything. Yeah. A strange little keyboard stand. Okay, this can go out of the way. We can get back to the build. Didn't notice any? Okay. Oh, I am very pleased. Anybody who's been here for a good while will know the problems, the stability problems that plagued this channel for a long time. But knock on manufactured wood here, we've been good. When are you building a baby switchwire? It's a good question. How you doing, Pex Peppers? Let's see. So now we got some heat sets to put in. This stuff moved out of the way. And we're gonna need this part and all the feet. 1, 2, 3. Should have 1 more foot. 1 more foot. No, that's Murph was cool. Yep. I am still running 2 ISPs. It's working so well, it's 100% worth it to me to pay for a dedicated ISP for the stream. It's not that much either. It's AT&T's Uverse. So It is so worth it. Okay, I need that and that. So let me heat up my heat set press. Pretty good. Just got a new sauce wagon. Toyota Sienna. Cosmic Peach is coming back. Oh, you'll be 36 tomorrow? Happy birthday. Everyone say happy birthday, Pex Peppers. That's something new for you to try as well. I'll DM you. Awesome. As long as it's mild. Okay, what do we want to do here? Let's go here. I think this was working pretty well. Let's do that and zoom in. Okay. And where did my heat sets go? Way back here. Let me use this as well because we got those edges there. Not hot enough yet. This iron takes a little bit. Did you notice on the inlet foot there's extra bridges now to make those little snap fit recesses print more reliably? I did not. I'll have to look at that later. We'll have to look at that later. Is that foot one of the R1? Yes, this is the filament sensor foot. Okay. This is the VLMP from Vector 3D, Adam. Vector 3D out of the UK. I hear it's somewhat impractical to buy the whole kit from him and ship to the US, but he does sell the printed parts. And you can self-source the other parts pretty easily. Especially if you have like an old Ender 3 or something. Is that all of them that go in these? Yeah. Gotta go here. Filament foot. Is OC3 enough for an OC3 enough for an ISP these days? I don't know. I did a lot of the work on that filament sensor foot too. Nimagria got the path really nice. I massaged the rest of it. Zip tie slot, bump for switch screw, nice. I have concerns though about using that bearing in that way, because it would be constantly either rubbing on the micro switch or on filament. So, but we're gonna try it and see how it works in practice. I don't know if those concerns were brought up before. Okay, there we go. Heat sets in. We got a link that Coolio soldering holder doodad. I can give, let me find a link. Let me find a link. Let's go here. Vector 3D. So this is Vector 3D. And there's Charlie is there. And this is the VLMP. I'm just gonna paste this. So let's wake up the keyboard. Is that dark gray? Yes, this is Galaxy Dark Gray from Polymaker. And this is the link for the soldering iron press, heat set press. Printing umbilical PCB cover for my V0.2. Hard to wait when you realize you didn't print everything. Oops. I almost want to do more with heat sets because of this cool contraption. Yeah, that's the Vector Adam's current situation is tough. Yeah. He'll make it through though. And I just gotta assume so. I seem to have all the parts needed for that heat set. That's all you have there. Awesome. My V0.2 R1 filament foot sensor has failed twice with false triggers. Reprinting it fixed it once, but not a long-term fix. It's probably very dependent on print settings and stuff. I had reservations about the bearing as well, but there's not really a better way as far as I know with the constraints we had. I had a version kind of like unclicky, 2 magnets broken by the filament. So we'll see. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna set it up. We'll see how it works. So back to here. We could put the feet in. We probably should. These are all printed feet and they're probably too small for the printer. I'll probably print new ones. So I've got from the original V0.0, teeny tiny TPU printed feet. Fortunately, it's easily disabled in Clipper and not a must-need feature, yeah. So we're gonna put these on temporarily because I think we'll end up needing to take them off, at least for the, put the bottom panel on. But this will give a nice base for the printer to sit on instead of plastic parts too. So we're just gonna put all of these on here. Hey Phil. Hey, Komst. Where's the, there we go. For the right length screws here. Poity, Steve, did you happen to see Adam's latest? Yes, that's what we were just talking about a bit ago. So I don't know, I mean, latest is in today, but latest as in yesterday or the day before, yes. The encoder foot was way more complicated. Bearing one works pretty great so far. Been using mine since dev. Nice. Well, my digit went to crud. The Pi I was going to use for the Trident is dead. Uh-oh. Okay, so all of those, I just put the feet on per the instructions. Oh, I missed a heat set in the side of the, let's heat that back up. Missed a heat set in the side of the filament sensor foot. Right there. Did you see that CNC Kitchen's heat set tool has a Weller tool? Yeah, that's nice. I may have to get one at some point because they do wear out, especially when I use them to remove heat sets. Yeah, it just needs to heat up some more. That overhang on the side of the sensor foot was tricky. Yeah, the print turned out good. DigiKey was supposed to have like more than a day worth of stock of Pis, right? There we go. That is done. Dig the color scheme. Thanks. My wife helped me pick it out. Okay, right now I'm not going to go through the full setup of this because I didn't bring all the parts over and I'm not sure I have that bearing right now. So we'll do the we'll do the set up this foot in the next stream. With the micro switch and all that. I didn't actually prepare to do that today. So we'll do that next. But which means we'll have to take it off the printer, but that's okay. So then we can put all these on the printer. Right here. And then finding the right length screws. Which ones do these need? Not that one. That one. Did you do the mesh behind the skirts in the MMU print? I printed mine after the fact, still look awesome. I did, this. We had to model a full ECAS to show that exploded view. Oh yeah. That's nice. I like it. These are M3 by 40s. Let me make sure I've grabbed by 40s. Yep. Do I have 4 of them in here? There's 2. That's not one. Got 2, which means I gotta go to this drawer and get 2 more, I think. It's not one. There's one, and there's one. Hey, I just printed that back foot with a filament hole and it was different from what you have there. Is that a mod? With the filament? Oh, this is from V0.2 R1. This is a new foot. All of these are a little taller because the skirts are a little taller because for clearance for some stepper motors that are taller. So, okay, let's put these on. So, what orientation am I here? I need to go here. This is this. Yeah, this back corner. So this is back here. Use longer screws to mount the feet. They increase the length of the feet so there's not much thread to grab. I don't have M3 by 45s, but these will be okay. I've got about that much. Oop, and that's not going to want to focus. There we go. That much thread going in. This one goes to the front corner. Now I have, on one of my V0s, the ends of all of these extrusions have stripped, so I have like M3 by 50s going into them, into good threads. But just don't ugga-dugga these. Like, half an ugga-dugga. Hey Pascal. See you, PC Van Vliet. Don't over tighten, you'll crack the extrusion. These little threads, you'll strip them for sure. Okay, so on this one, we've got 2 nuts here that we need to line up. So, and then this will go like this, but let's get these with a stainless, since these are magnetic. There we go. That's lined up there. And what are those M3 by 10s? 1 and 2. I tightened a panel screw too far and ended up bending the extrusion. Yeah. You'll lose another 3mm on screw once bottom panel is installed. Not on these. So it's separate screws for the foot versus the bottom panel. Bottom panel gets clamped between the actual feet. Okay, there's separate screws between the corner pieces and the feet. So I won't lose any. Once these are on, it's fine. Pull the feet, put the panel on, and then I'll need longer screws for those because I just put what fit right now. See, that's why this printer should be made with 60/60 extrusion. What are your thoughts on the tap changer? I don't know a lot about it. I've seen it, and I've seen a few revisions it's gone through. I don't have any plans right now on trying it out. Not for any other reason than the same thing, as there's only so much bandwidth I have for projects. So there's a lot of things I'd like to do, and it just comes up at the time when it comes up for a project, what's out there and what I feel like doing at the time. Build an 0505 extrusion 2.4. I wonder how many ball bearings are going to end up on the floor. From what? Okay, so the corner feet are on. Those two screws are in, and then we can put the little, oh, how many ball bearings are going to end up on the floor with the tap tool changer? When does a V24 inspired build start? Very soon. I've got more parts coming. My intent, so don't hold me to it, because my intent really doesn't end up panning out often. Something I need to work on. But my intent is to do some documentation of that and release it after the printer's been released. So don't hold me to it, because then I won't do it. But that's the hope. Okay, those are on. Little accent pieces can get put on now. Now these have always been a little bit of a pain because it's so easy to split the plastic on these. So all of these are gonna go on something like that. One more over here somewhere. Did I bring it over here already? Where's the last one? Somehow I may not have printed that. I'll have to go look in the other garage, so I'll put the one on the front. Okay, so maybe we'll go here and get in here. And then where are we? In here. Okay. Find my fasteners, my self-tapping fasteners, and I don't think they're actually in this. I gotta go over to the other garage. Looking at a Formbot site, which hot end for the V0.2, V6 or Dragon high flow? V6, no, not at all. You want Dragon. If those are your options, you want a Dragon. Do you plan to try Reprap Firmware? Yes, this printer will get Reprap Firmware. Hi, Juan Carlos. The last one is under the printer? Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, awesome. Yep. So, Shanky Kong, if the choices are between a V6 or a Dragon High Flow on a V0, V6 isn't supported on a V0. Unless it's screw mounted and not groove mounted. But if those are the two choices, you got to get the one that'll actually plug in. Anyway, I got to put you in the hands of Dancing Max with the offset text, so ignore that while I get some self-tapping screws. I'll be right back. Okay, the V6 in the 4-bot kit is screw mounted. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I have screws. I am going to get a bunch of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Get the driver for them. Here's my little, oops. Okay, I'll use the thing. I'm printing a Rapido high flow mount for the stealth burner. Okay, is everybody here? Okay, we're right here. So I'm gonna use my Fabrico driver. I can't find my little MIP driver. Okay, so I'm gonna thread this in, but I'm going to tend to kind of screw this in, kind of go back and forth, trying to almost cut threads as I go, kind of work it. That is not focusing very well, is it? Let's put this maybe in the little, just kind of, I don't want this to crack, so that's why I'm trying to kind of form the threads by twisting this back and forth. Hate to say this on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, but I need to head to work. See ya, Sean. Have as much fun as you can at work. That's mostly a concern on this corner one. It's not as big a concern because there's a lot more plastic around here. So this one I'm just gonna drive in. Okay, so that one's on. Do the same thing here. I need to head to coffee. You got some booty fans like a Winston, you're gonna have problems. That order button is really nice to push. It's some fun to build one. Okay. How many V0s does this make? I have 4 V0s. So not counting rebuilds, I've built 5 V0s. We built a V0 for Kevin, Clipper Kevin. As kind of a thanks for the Clipper project type thing. So, and I was the one that built that one, but a lot of people contributed to it. And that was back right before V0.1 release. So it was I did a lot of different things on that one. I think it has an integrated lead screw stepper. Uh-oh, am I gonna find it? Drop the tiny screw and I found it. It's like a nice printer to build small parts. I have a 2.4, but this is nice to have. The V0s are wonderful. V0s are absolutely wonderful. For a switch wire, would you choose an SKR Mini V3 or an SKR Pico? Either one. Either one's fine. It's just making sure you have the right I/O on it. I don't know the differences between those on what controllable fan outputs and stuff like that would be my only questions. I like choosing the parts and so self-source. This one is definitely, this is not a kit. This is before kits were a thing. Built-in. I don't use tack, not yet anyway, over the Fabrica Honey Badger 3010 fans. I need to look through my fan collection and what I'm going to use on this build too. I have the fans that I used on it previously, which might still get used, but I may recycle the fans it had on there because they worked. Okay, so those are all in and I didn't hear any cracking. So it will sit on its own feet now. Awesome. How is Charlie doing? He is sleeping right now, but he's mostly stable. Like I said, kind of my description, he's stable on a slight downward slope from what we've observed. He's not moving quite as well as he used to, although he takes off for treats, but he's spending a lot of time sleeping. Okay, that's there. Let's see where we are next. I'm gonna, oh, we can put the Z stepper on. Yeah, we can do that. Something I was noticing, and maybe get your opinion on this. So we have our setup here with the bed. One thing that I didn't realize and I didn't think about before is the this light colored front piece here is really going to bleed the light from that NeoPixel. I wonder if I should change that to the dark gray on that part. What do you think? Yeah. Agree? Yeah. I'm thinking I might reprint this in the dark gray. And it seems a little right there next to the blue. I think the dark gray might work better there. Can you print a mask to block some light? Well, this is all set up with the spots behind it with a little diffuser in there. I don't think there's any real space for it without reprinting the part anyway. Play the pixel where it lies. The bleed might be a cool effect. We can always try it and have a part on hand to change out. But I think in general, the dark part will look better in that spot. The tool head's still gonna be the accenting the coloring here. So, no duck in the LDO V0 kit Pico. Oh. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll reprint that into the dark. We are going to, so what orientation, let's see here. What orientation am I gonna want to run the wiring for this? I got the controller there. I might go off this way and then come around because all the stepper connectors are along this side. So I think I'm gonna go back and then I can go along this extrusion here and then over to the stepper driver. So that's what I'll do. And 3x6 here. There we go. Like a reflector from aluminum tape. And then 2 and 3x8 the other sides. I did grab the 6mm part, right? Yep. I know the boop isn't recommended on the V0, but it would be something that could be achieved. No, because the cantilever bed has too much flex in it, so you wouldn't get accurate readings when you probe. That's the biggest reason besides losing travel. It's a cantilever bed. I think even disregarding the glow, I think the darker part looks better in that spot. Okay, so and something I didn't do on this part is I want to just kind of clean up this surface here, since that's the surface that'll be referenced against the extrusion here. So I just want to make sure that any printed bumps are removed from that. Okay, now we have, I don't have T-nuts in there. I didn't put nuts in there. I missed them. I'm not going to pull all this apart to put those in. But at the same time, where are my post-install nuts? Your Hodo screwdriver just arrived, nice. Time to make a tiny trident. Talking about Boop, where can I find the parts list STL? Go to the Printers for Ants GitHub and you'll find info on it. I'm not gonna drill an access hole. I have a whole pile of the LDO post-install nuts. So that's my backup plan, is those LDO post-install nuts. I will go grab some. I don't know where they are though, so I'm not gonna do it this stream. No, there's nothing here that would keep them from sliding. At least I don't think so. Yeah, I left those out. And it's my fault. I made a mistake. I was thinking wrong when I intentionally left those out. They are for 1515, yep. No, when I was doing this, I was reading the instructions and said 2 post-install or 2 nuts in this extrusion, but it also had a note there about having 2 for the buck converter. And I read that the 2 that were in there for the buck converter, and I forgot about the ones for the Z stepper. So it's my fault. I intentionally left them out, thinking I read the instructions wrong. So. No, I've got it. I just need to go find them. I have them over in the other garage, but what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna look to see where we're at on the other parts of the build. And this just might be where we end today, because it's at almost 4 hours. This is about the right stream time. So this would go in now, and then the next bit, this is just kind of lining it up. The next bit is the XY. So let's get the XY assembly in here. And we can go a little longer, but we don't have to have the Z stepper in there to do the XY assembly. So. Through bolt. Milking a cow? Is that what we were doing? Apparently we're milking a cow. Okay, we have the X-axis. So let's get the X-axis on. And then next stream we'll get into belting, put the Z drive on, and kind of buttoning up the install, and then start into the wiring. So. Toolhead wiring had to be extended. No toolhead board wire provider would not even fit in the cable chain on an old Formbot kit, huh? Okay, let's get the XY joints prepared. Set this aside, preheat my iron. Preheat my iron and get those parts. Oh, the other thing we talked about before is the Wago setup for the bed. I'm still gonna use this because 3 2-position Wagos is perfect for my bed setup with the thermal fuse, and then I'm just gonna use a microfit connector for the thermistor. So I'm just gonna use this and put it in there with the 3 2-position Wagos, and then just a connector for the thermistor. That'll be perfect. Okay, that, and that, and that, And these, oh boy, I have extra pieces of these because I printed them multiple times. Those two and that one. So these two I think are worse. And oh, I printed several of these and they all got into the final part. So this one is, it's this one. So which of these was it? I think I'll go with that one. Okay. I touched the iron. Wiggos. Okay, we've got two pieces here that need sets. And I think that's it, right? Just the two in each of these. So is there a connection between milk and a cow while in a spacesuit and we built space shuttles with gardening tools? Oh, it must be. So farmer spacemen building printers. I like the line drawings, very cool. I said something to Max to open sauce and he had not seen them. Showed him and he was blown away, yeah. Okay. Let's see how this is. Do these go? Yeah. Now let's see if we can get this one close to the edge here. See if it'll go in without burning the plastic, and it looks like it will. Awesome. Didn't scar up the plastic there. Just enough clearance. And one more. How come the cow is not wearing a spacesuit? It's an alien cow. It's a moon cow. There we go. Formbot V0.2 wiring was almost perfect with the V0 umbilical. That's good. AB motors were too long, but that's about it. At least they're too long. Which insert tool machine is that? So this is Vector 3D's, Adam at Vector 3D VLMP. And then a super cheap, I do not recommend this iron from Amazon. Do not recommend. Where did you find adjustable Bowden retainer you are using on the 2.4? Where did you find adjustable Bowden retainer? Oh, have I put that out on GitHub? Let's find out. Have I put that? This is the VLMP, Vector 3D. I'll get my keyboard waked up. I am liking the insert press. Let's go to my GitHub, and if you go to printer stuff, and probably under Voron Trident and 2.4, PTFE retainer, yep, there it is. It's out there. I did put it out there. Something I actually put out there. Let's put that here. See ya, Colin. Okay, let's turn this off, I think, and we can put this together. Okay. I have the pieces from this in over here, the bearings and everything. So let's go here. What is this for? It's the Bowden retainer on the back of a Trident or a 2.4. I had tweaked the design for my purposes and with the intent at some point, unless we go in a totally different direction, putting that into the files, but we haven't gotten there yet. Where is this one small enough? I need a small screwdriver because these are Phillips. Are they Phillips? Is it a? Oh, it is a. It is a. I gotta get the self-tapper out of these. Oh, it's just a machine screw that I forced in there. Just a machine screw that I forced in there because I didn't have self-tappers at the time. Wonder if the press would work for a small tapping jig. I don't know. Yeah, just some machine screws that I forced in there. Okay, so those are out. And I need more of these spacers. I need 4 of them. I have 3. And that one I may have actually missed one of them. You're doing BTT pies with Moons motors now? I've heard you can request LDO motors. What are BTT pies then with Moons motors? Oh, in a kit, okay. Okay, I only have 3 of these, which means I've missed printing 1. I don't think I have, so I'll throw it on another plate, but in the meantime, I'll just use a silver one to go with it. And I'll swap it out later. Okay, let's pull these apart. Okay, then this is V0.0 spec. Instead of heat sets on the bottom, used hex nuts inserted in there. That can go away, and then these can come out. V0.2 folder in the Voron hardware repo. What's in there now? I'm gonna print a wiring diagram for this one, for this build. No, I'll just wing it. And build any Voron kit. If you think you have enough wire, heat sets, or M3x8s, get more. That's pretty true. Okay, so I got a bunch of fasteners to put away. Okay. This one can stay over there. We're gonna build this one. Clean out that one's clean. That one's clean. There's no crud in there. So I go, this is this one, and let's do our cleanup. These top surfaces here. Yeah. All the little changes and so many changes for the better. I don't know if there's any, well, arguably any change that was for the worse. Okay, that should be good. These are not mating surfaces, so that is that one. So in this, we go here, and then a spacer, and then okay, then there's, Let's see which one we have here. Let's follow the instructions. Oh, Charlie. Oh, Charlie, you've got a litter box right here, kid. Let me get a paper towel. Give me a moment. Don't want him to be laying in pee. There we go. Ah, poor cat. We found the link to the mini files. What mini files? I have CRS or wiring diagram as a must. Oh. I just make it up as I go along, so that I don't have to remember anything. Okay, this is old part. Did I accidentally grab old part? No, that's that one. Washer, bearing, washer. Seems like they are always encapsulated. They are. So let's grab the correct part here. Let's grab the one that they're, that's that one. And then, what are these? M3 by 25s. It's this one. So, M3 by 25. This is going to be, now this one, these are different. So this is a front facing one. So we're gonna go spacer and then 2 washers. And then bearing, and where's the other bearing? Oh, and bearing, and then 2 washers. Where is, oh, this is, oh, that's interesting. That means that I didn't have an extra washer there on the last build. So let's grab an extra washer here. Oh, the mini file set I have. No, but I haven't tried looking. Okay. 2 washers. And then the other one, that's here. I'm just going to use my fingers to hold those in place. And that is 2 washers. Hi, Charlie. 2 washers, bearings that could probably use some cleanup. So let's clean that up. The little orange handle ones at Harbor Freight are kind of garbage. But if you find any small file that's flat, little flat file, it doesn't really matter. We're filing plastic. Okay, that one, and oh yeah, this one needs some cleaning. Go get that coffee. See you, John. We're not too far from this. Actually, probably should maybe get one of these assembled and then call it, because I have to print another spacer anyway. I don't want to reassemble it later. So, okay. So let's get one of these assembled and then probably call it good. So 2 washers, bearing stack, and then 2 washers, 1 and 2, and a spacer. And then the bottom piece. Now we can hold this. Actually, this will be easier to put a self-tapper in here right now. Hold it together. See you, Ram Online. And then we can turn it over and tighten the other two. Charlie says the tool's fast inspection. Yes. Okay, so that is the XY joint left assembled. Now, I don't know why on anything else, but apparently I did forget to print one spacer. So I'll have to find things to print and print one more spacer, or find out if it fell in on the printer in the other shop. Whew. So actually my stomach is growling pretty good too. So I think this is a pretty good time to wind down, so that I'm not shutting off the stream now, but if there are any last questions or anything, we can go over those now. I see, which printer did I print it? So these are in between, so between my newest Trident that I built, my 250 Trident, and the and my blue V2 are what printed all these parts. And maybe a couple of things on my gold V0. Like he misses his parrot observatory position. He doesn't really crawl up onto my, he goes in stages of what he likes. Like lately he likes leaning up against or laying across my arm. He used to like laying across here when I'm sitting at my desk. And then before he liked laying across my shoulder. He's not liking that lately. He doesn't get comfortable there. His latest thing is laying in front of me while I rub his belly. I'm just trying to get this to line up there. There we go. So, anything else? I think we're gonna call it. Now, I don't know if we are going to continue this build this coming Sunday, or if we'll be on to the Modbot build. But there's a good chance that we'll do this again one more Sunday, but we'll see. But he still steals sandwiches. No questions here, but I want to thank you for making me choose the blue LDO frame for my V0 build. Awesome. Thanks for the good Sunday morning, 5 Steve. Have a great weekend, everybody. Yeah, so stay tuned. There's probably about a 70% chance we're back at this on Sunday. And the rest of chance that we'll be on the Modbot stream, which is going to be a blast. We spent some time yesterday cleaning up the stream setup, so cats will change what they like, just to let you know they are the master. Yep. So other than that, there's not a whole lot other things coming up. We either have this build or the Modbot build. Sometime in August, I'll figure out when to do a member stream and what we're doing. But with that, huge thanks to, once again, for Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament every stream. And then a huge thanks to everyone who stuck around, watched the stream, donated memberships, became members. Have a good rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you next week. Take care, everyone. Bye.